Great, thank you. All right, I'd like to call this meeting to order. And would you please take the roll?
Supervisor Foy? Here. Supervisor Parks? Here. Supervisor Long? Here. Supervisor Zaragoza?
Here.
And Supervisor Bennett?
Here. Would you please, Danielle, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We need a motion on the minutes of February 4th.
The minutes.
Been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. Agenda review, Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Chair Bennett. Just a few items. Item 18, Supervisor Bennett, reconsideration of sidewalk repair. A revised board letter and an exhibit and PowerPoint from Supervisor Parks have been submitted, which have been distributed and will be posted to the web. Number 23, Human Services Agency, Healthcare Agency, presentation on the KDA versus the Anabonta agreement. A PowerPoint presentation has been submitted, distributed, and posted. Item 27, Public Works, Solid Waste Collection Agreements. Comment letters have been received from Tony Franco and Jim Harrison. In addition, a PowerPoint's been presented, distributed, and posted. Item 28, County Executive Office. Is a presentation regarding an overview of the county's efforts related to water. A PowerPoint presentation has been submitted, distributed, and posted. And item 29, CEO's Office, a presentation regarding internal service fund rates. A request that be postponed till your board's next meeting. And that's it.
29. All right. So we're postponing 29. Any other changes from board members? All right. Need a motion to approve the agenda as modified. We're ready to vote. Yeah, I'll just wait right here for a second. Okay. That motion passes, and we're now at our moment of inspiration. And Linda Nelson from Tiny Loving Canine is going to give us our moment of inspiration today. And looks like we have a Tiny Loving Canine in here with us too, right? Linda was one of the speakers that spoke so eloquently when we had the discussion about the spay and neuter ordinance also. So appreciate you being back here, Linda.
I'd like to say thank you for being selected for this moment of inspiration. I had some packets that I gave to the clerk of board that distribute to you. My name is Linda Nelson, and I'm the director of Tiny Loving Canines, commonly known as TLC. We have the only rescue shop in Ventura County. We're strictly rescue. And as I was thinking about this inspiration, what do I find inspirational? And I gave this quite a bit of time. To me, inspiration comes from life. And I started in rescue in August of 1981 when we started working on bringing greyhounds that were being euthanized in the tracks in Florida, and we were creating trains up the East Coast because there were homes further up that wanted these greyhounds, but the breeders were just running them, racing them. If they didn't win, they killed them, and we found them homes all there. And I met my husband in 1997 on the internet, long before it was cool to do so. And I moved to California. I continued to work in rescue with other groups. And in 2005, you'll see a note that says Black Times Personally. And my health deteriorated to the point that I spent 5 to 6 months in a wheelchair. I had to teach myself how to write again. Prior to that, I was a touch typist with 90 words per minute. I couldn't hold my head up to sit and watch even something small on the computer, and I had a lot of times, the brain worked, the body did not. I had a lot of time to think about what I wanted to do with my life if I were ever able to get total control of my body again. And one of the things that I decided in those 5 months is that I was no longer going to live my life under society's rules or what anybody thought I should do. I was going to live my life doing what I thought was going to give myself happiness first, and then after I died, someone would be able to say, you know, Linda, she did try. She tried to make a change. In June of 2009, my husband wasn't paying much attention to me and was wanting to watch TV, which is his number one passion. And I came home complaining about the rescue that I was volunteering with, didn't do this, and they didn't do rabies, and they didn't. And he said, Linda, just go start your own rescue. And I let it go, and I came back and said, really? And by that time, he was in another part of the movie. He said, yeah, go ahead. And in June of 2009, TLC was born, and he's learned now to pay attention to me during this. We started mobile adoptions in Petco with 5 volunteers at Moore Park. That was in 2009. January 2012, we took over Pet's Hope that folded at the Simi Valley Town Center. We knew at that point the only thing that thing was built out for was either a pet shop that was selling puppy mill puppies or a rescue. As of today, this morning, TLC has saved 1,541 puppies and adult dogs. 86 of them came from Ventura County Animal Services. Another 6 were owner turn-ins, and the remaining 8% were no chancers from outside of Ventura County. We've grown to 37 die-hard volunteers, and we run 7 days a week. It takes us 300 volunteer hours per week to run the rescue shop. At least 30 dogs or more a month are pulled from Ventura County, and about a third of these pulled out of Ventura are ours. So about 90 dogs are pulled by rescues from Ventura County, and 1/3 of them are being pulled by our rescue. As a matter of fact, I okayed 7 that are coming either today or tomorrow. So what's next for TLC? Well, you know, we're the little old engine that people say I can't do something, and it's kind of like saying, it's like kind of putting the red flag in front of us. As you noticed, our colors are all black and red. As soon as you tell me I can't do something, by God, I'm going to do it. Mama here is a rescue. She's now certified for pet therapy, read-to-me therapy, and certified for senior citizen therapy. She's also been certified for AKC with the American Kennel Club, and she is a boxer pitty. She sleeps with 3 3-pound chihuahuas. The next thing we have on our agenda is we're trying to build a rescue center in Ventura County, and we just started this program last week that says Adopt from Ventura County First. The rescue center packet you guys see here. The only thing that's stopping us from doing this is space. The remodel with the mall, we don't know if we're going to have a spot there or not. But we will find a space. We will find a spot someplace where all of the rescues that are in Ventura County, whether they're bunnies, cats, dogs, you know, reptiles, I guess, you know, they will have a place to show. That's what's inspirational to me, coming together as a team and making it work. And no kill has to happen in Ventura County before I die. So I hope that was inspirational.
Thank you very much. To think of that ripple that came from we knew when you started that story about your husband was watching too much TV and not paying attention, but from that to going to 37 volunteers that are really committed and doing something that really furthers the mission of all of us here in Ventura County, which is to try to get to that no-kill shelter. So thank you very much for that moment of inspiration. That's exactly what we need to start our days off here as we go to work. We are now ready to go to our consent calendar, and appreciate that. Item 7, and that's items 10 through 17. Do we have any public comments on the consent calendar? Okay. We're ready for a motion on the consent calendar. Moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. All right. Now go to our public comments. And it looks like we have 3 speakers. Is that right? Okay. Our first speaker, Christy Madden.
Good morning. My name is Christy Madden with the County Executive Office. Today I'm here as the County Corporate Games Coordinator. It's hard to believe it's that time of year again. So the registration is open for this year's Corporate Games. We're going for a four-peat, if that's a thing. It is absolutely a thing. It is the 25th anniversary of the Corporate Games in the city of Ventura, so it's going to be a huge event. On the intranet website, the very first link at the top is where you can register for the Corporate Games. We also have Corporate Games apparel this year that you can buy. We're also selling sweatshirts that we haven't done for a while. The Corporate Games opening ceremonies will be on April 2nd, which is a Wednesday evening, and it's a big festivity down at the Promenade, and the closing ceremonies will be on May 10th. There are 23 competitive events in the Corporate Games, something for everyone. We also have a couple of new events this year. There's going to be cornhole at the closing ceremonies. And that's going to be a fundraiser. There's also Speed Scrabble that is sponsored by the Ventura County Star. So it's going to be a great time for everyone. We encourage all employees to register and sign up. As you know, the Management Council underwrites the cost of registration for the Corporate Games and opens up registration to all county employees. So everyone should log on to the intranet site, and the first link at the top of the page is registration for the Corporate Games. I am also looking for contacts in all of our county agencies to be liaisons. I have volunteers who coordinate each of the competitive events, but we find some of our off-site agencies are a little disconnected from the games. So if there's representatives from the different agencies that want to contact me, we'll get you connected and get you involved, okay? Anything else?
Thanks for all the enthusiasm you've brought to the Corporate Games
right,
over the
go
years. It's been really
County.
good for us, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mary McDonald. We have a lot of Mary McDonalds here.
Hello. I'd like to start off by thanking all of my fellow county workers who protect my family, friends, neighbors, and myself. I think that we can all agree that the firefighters, law enforcement officers, healthcare professionals, and the ancillary staff that support those positions are an essential element to the safety and well-being of our community. My name is Mary McDonald. I work as a registered nurse at Ventura County Medical Center, and I love my job. I feel fortunate to be trusted with people's lives, which are typically in a very fragile state at the point of my involvement. As many of you may know, Ventura County Medical Center is a designated trauma center for the county. This means that if you or your loved ones are driving, riding your bike, or going for a Sunday hike and meet the unfortunate fate of being involved in an accident, you will be brought by ambulance to the Ventura County Medical Center to be taken care of by myself or one of my dedicated colleagues. As a nurse, I will be the one assessing your ongoing state of condition. This includes analyzing blood work figures, continually monitoring your neurologic, cardiac, and respiratory status, providing pain relief, administering life-saving antibiotics, reporting signs of deterioration to the doctor, and meeting your very basic everyday needs while bedridden. I will also be answering the phone when your sister, brother, mother, father, husband, wife, or kids call in a state of panic because they just found out that you're in the hospital. I don't believe that the changes to the contract proposed by our union are unreasonable. I make daily personal sacrifices so that I can care for you. I go 12 to 13 hours without a lunch or a bathroom break so that I can be at your bedside. I spend Christmas, New Year's, and Thanksgiving looking after people whose illness or disease does not distinguish between one holiday from the next. I'm 35 years old, and I wake up every day with back pain and sore feet. I'm willing to do this because caring for people is my passion. I feel that I'm fortunate to work alongside a community of like-minded nurses who care about you. All these people here, and many, many, many more. And as they say, save one life, you're a hero. Save 100 lives, you're a nurse. And I'm just so happy to be able to be a nurse working for the county. Does the board have any questions?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Really
Thank you.
appreciate it. thank you to all the nurses for being here today and for what you do for us. Our last public speaker is Lucas Thayer.
I didn't hear them say it, so I'll say it. They need more money.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We need working equipment.
Working equipment, please. More nurses. Russian Olympics. Let's boycott that for their blatant human rights abuses and arcane policy towards homosexuals. USA, let's get the federal government Department of Justice to file charges against the 6 officers that beat Kelly Thomas to death on July 5th, 2011. Have you guys watched that video yet? Please, watch that video. While we're talking to the federal government, let's get the charges, a presidential pardon for Chelsea Manning and the charges dropped against Edward Snowden, and the Espionage Act repealed, please. In California, I'd like for the state of California to repeal the Peace Officers' Bill of Rights, so please start writing down resolutions asking the state legislature to do this. The Peace Officers' Bill of Rights, I think, was implemental in helping the officers that killed Alfonso Limon and Robert Ramirez get away with murder. So, additionally, we'd like to have the Homeless Persons' Bill of Rights passed. That's in the works. They're dragging their feet on it. Tell them to quit dragging their feet and pass that Homeless Persons' Bill of Rights. And in Ventura County, I'd like our policies to reflect the fact that homeless people deserve a Bill of Rights. I'd like all of the laws illegalizing sleeping outside or in public parks or public roadways to be repealed. I'd like for more programs feeding the people and providing medical care and education for them. In California, we need a ban on offshore oil drilling and hydraulic fracturing because the two are a toxic mix, and when the fracking causes an earthquake and the offshore oil rigs spill oil all over the endangered species, it'll be our fault. So please ask the state legislature to ban those things. And to re-legalize marijuana. It was legal a while back and was criminalized by racists and corporate leaders that stood to lose money off of its legality, and so we now know that there are many medical and industrial uses for marijuana, and it's really backwards thinking of us to continue the criminalization of it. In Ventura County, I'd like for the limit on plants that a patient can grow to be increased to 99, which would match Sonoma and Mendocino County. And we need to get rid of our de facto ban on dispensaries, which is basically that you don't offer business licenses for the dispensaries, and then if they opened up, they'd be practicing without a business. That's a quote from your attorney. So have medical marijuana dispensaries because the patients need to have their medicine regulated and tested. Some buds have molds or bugs, and some buds have higher CBD, some buds have higher THC, and that's really important that the patient knows what they're getting. And so if the businesses that were selling the medicine were to be regulated and tested by the county, then the patients could get the medicine that they really are needing for their ailments. Your lawn out there is still not food. I walk past it every time I come in here and I think, wow, I wish I could eat that grass, but it's grass, and so I can't eat grass. So dig up all of your grass and grow drought-resistant edible plants there with this county water that we're already using. I'd like for you to pass a ban on the act of genetically modifying seeds, which would effectively make it so that Monsanto at 2700 Camino del Sol in Oxnard could no longer do their activities which are giving people cancer. And also pass a law that says that all food sold in the county of Ventura is organic, because you all know the health benefits of organic food. So how about you pass those health benefits on to your people by only providing organic food to your people? Now, this is obviously going to require some subsidies for the organic farmers, and so please provide those subsidies for the organic farmers. And the college, Ventura County Community College District, needs housing for the students. I think that the lack of housing really prevents homeless people from going to college. And so if there was housing provided for the students, then more homeless people would be likely to enroll in college and be interested in furthering their education. And also the food, or lack thereof, is unacceptable, and there's all that land over there that we're watering grass with, so how about we grow food on the campuses, and then there would be good, fresh, locally grown food for the students to feed their brains so that they can learn. Also, the library is closed at like 8 or 9 o'clock, I believe, and that's not good, and it's closed on weekends. That's also not good. So there are all these computers that are sitting there collecting rust and dust at nighttime and on the weekends when students could be using them to do their studies. Now, my computer just broke down, and I need to do my my Word homework, and I can't do that on my computer because it broke. I'd like to use the library. I'd like to be able to use it at nighttime or during the weekend. So fund the library being open during the weekend. Ban big trucks on the 33. There are some bumps in Oakview that have been caused by them, and more buses, please. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and we're done with our public communication. We're now ready for board comments. Supervisor Zaragoza will go.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to report that last week we had a town hall meeting over in El Rio, Uncovered, California, and it was hadn't rained, for days and days and days and days, and that evening it rained. It rained and it was cold, and we had between staff and first of all, I want to thank Barry Fisher and Rigo Vargas for sending the staff over to help us out. And between staff and the participants, we had about 24 people there for the Covered California Town Hall meeting. And secondly, this coming Tuesday, we're going to have a meeting in Oxnard with the people in Oxnard regarding the CERT program and how to prepare for an earthquake, for a tsunami, and it's more of a emergency type disaster program that we're going to have next Tuesday in Oxnard. And also I had the opportunity to go over to the grand jury open house and meet some of the grand jury members, and they're doing a great job, and I saw Joe Abregon here. I think he's back there, and he took us on a tour and showed us the library that the grand jurors use and how they look for items and research. So it was really great. Joe, I want to thank you for what you're doing out there, Joe Abregon. So, and of course we have other things that we're working on. So I'll just stop it there.
All right, great.
Thank you.
We'll bounce over to
Oh,
Supervisor.
and I'd like to adjourn, and believe it or not, only one adjournment, which is really great.
Supervisor Foy?
Thank you.
I just want to get as much energy and be able to get my mind on so many subjects as Lucas could do in 3 minutes. I mean, that guy's unbelievable. Anyway, I don't have anybody.
And the funding.
Huh?
And the funding.
And the funding, yeah. I don't have anybody adjourned in memory of, because over in East County, people still enjoy being there, don't they? Yeah. Anyway, I do want to say that I had the opportunity to be over at the Reagan Library for the 103rd anniversary of Ronald Reagan, and it's just always great to go up there. They had the flyover, and it was a beautiful day, and talk about a little rain, and it was just great. And Bill Bennett did a really good job of just a personal touch of being part of inside an administration and hearing all the personal things the president deals with, and it was just really a neat piece. And then also one of our local residents in Simi, Natalie Musi, became the CEO of Las Robles, a young woman there taking over the reins of a great hospital. So we wish her all the best. Just some good things going on. So that's my comments for today. Thank you.
Supervisor Long.
Yes, thank you. I'll start first with the adjourn in memory to submit and call out one gentleman, Thomas Max Grant of Camarillo, served in the Air Force, founding father of the city of Camarillo, proud of being one of the founders that penned a book, Camarillo Incorporated, in early times in 2006. Part of the Camarillo Rotary, longtime resident, and certainly loved and known by many. Submit that. And then I'd like to mention to the county folks who are listening and others that on Thursday, February 20th from 12 to 1 in the Hall of Administration Lower Plaza, there's going to be a presentation by McGrath Family Farms, and they're going to start delivery of organic produce to the county for those who register and are interested in receiving those wonderful boxes fresh off the farm. Underwood, as most of you know, Family Farms have been providing the same on Wednesdays. McGrath is known for their organic farming, and you can get information about this at the gathering on Thursday, February 20th, and an email will be out to all county employees also how to do so online. I think it's been a successful program. I love the boxes. I'm learning about items that I had no idea how to cook with them, what to do with them, but it's great to have it every week. Also great news, our Congresswoman Julia Brownlee, instrumental in getting to our Naval Base Ventura County. The Triton unmanned aircraft systems will be operating at Point Magoo. A 47-member squadron will be coming with that operation, and they will be stationed at our Naval Base Ventura County, which is good for us and good for the base and helps to keep the base strong. So congratulations and appreciation to the Congresswoman. I had the opportunity to attend the Santa Paula last Tuesday because I ran such an efficient board meeting. We were out of here shortly after 11, and I was able to get to the Santa Paula Chamber of Commerce luncheon, where the mayor gave the state of the city, and they honored Citizen of the Year Carla Edwards. Those of you who don't know Carla Edwards, she is the wife of Harold Edwards, but more importantly, she is an event coordinator extraordinaire. She is the one who thought and launched the Balloon Festival. That's now an annual event in Santa Paula, many other activities. But as one of the things that she was called into at the last minute was the event that took place at our Steckel Park in Santa Paula, the one that's between Santa Paula and Ojai, and it was a run or die event. And it was the first time that this has been held in our county, the run or die event. And it was to be in Ventura, but something didn't work there. So at the last minute, they said help, and Scott Corey, who is our leasehold operator of the park, of the KOA part of the park, which if you haven't been out there, you should. They have just made such wonderful improvements and investments in that park, with family-friendly teepees to stay in, cottages to stay in. All of the camping areas are just first class. And what they did really within a month's time, we're able to put in a trail that was approved by all the regulatory agencies, the 5K that they use for this run or die. And if you don't know what that is, you run through areas and they throw powdered dye on you, and you get all kinds of colors on you, and it was surprising to me that 7,000 people thought that was great fun. But they were there, and Santa Paula enjoyed having them there. They had 25 buses that were shuttling people. It was a smooth operation, and Carla had a lot to do with that, as did Scott Corey and his entire team at the KOA. Great park. Please, if you're looking for a place to get away and don't want to go too far and spend lots of money, that is a wonderful park to go and visit and play in. So I wanted to mention that, and that is that, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. Supervisor Parks.
Thank you. I'd like to congratulate Westlake High School. They became the winner of the Ventura County Academic Decathlon again, so that was nice to see. Also, the Historic Society, Caneo Valley Historic Society, celebrated its 50 years in Thousand Oaks, so that was neat. And I was also able to attend the Elks Law Enforcement and Firefighters Recognition event. They recognized Senior Deputy Michelle Crystal and Captain Daniel Preston with our fire department. It was nice to see everybody there. The Casa Caneo Municipal Advisory Council did a survey, and we're just starting to get the results, and I can pass them out to you. They just wanted to check in their neighborhood, what are the issues there. And it was interesting, one, that the residents there have an average, have lived in that neighborhood on an average of 26 years. So a lot of long-timers in that area. And they also found our emergency response services to be excellent. And interesting, they also found that our county roads are in good shape, so the majority felt very strongly about that. And also, in a question about whether they wanted to potentially incorporate into the city of Thousand Oaks, which surrounds it, very few did. The vast majority did not. So they like living there. And it's nice to see that they do have some support for some of the services that the county provides. So I'll pass that out to you. No adjourned memories. I may be leaving early today, depending on how well my voice holds out.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory, and there are three people I'd like to call out. One is Shirley Metz. She worked for the County of Ventura Auditor Controller's Office, and we've lost her. And then Barbara Hanson worked for the Ventura Social Services Agency, and sorry to lose Barbara Hanson. And then Winnie Hirsch. It's just we got this information this morning from Supervisor Long. But Winnie Hirsch, a real icon in Ojai, has passed away. Then I'd also like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the rest of the people on this list. Very quickly, I'd like to pass something out to the board members, but on March 14th, and it's starts at 8 o'clock, and it is held at Cal Lutheran, and it is a run to benefit foster youth in Ventura County. Starts at 8 o'clock in the morning. It's a 10K and a 5K run, and then there's a children's mile starts at 9:45. So I have a couple of these for each of you going each direction, a couple for Leroy there if he's interested. And they would certainly appreciate the support, and like all the funds go to help our foster children in Ventura County, and since we consistently try to make sure that we consider them our extended family, it'd be a little bit like having a run for our extended family. Was able to film a PSA public service announcement for foster care with Elizabeth, who is the new coordinator of foster recruitment here in Ventura County, and she's really pushing a lot of new energetic ideas forward in terms of the foster care program. There was a wrinkle in time here, where there's a presentation about the senior program that allows seniors to stay in their homes last Friday night. Great organization. It was good to have them here and host them here in our board meeting. With that, that's the end of our board comments, except for my appreciation for Supervisor Long for running such an efficient meeting last week. Next time, we'll make sure she has a full agenda, right, to try to get through, right, when that happens, right? All righty. And with that, we're ready to move to our regular agenda items, and the first agenda item I'd like to turn to is item 30, Board of Supervisors, and that's a recommendation. My recommendation for the Board of Supervisors assignments. And do we have speakers on item 30? I have, okay, Lucas Thayer is still listed here. Is that wrong? Okay, great. All right. So Aaron McCants.
Morning, Supervisors. My name is Aaron McCants from the Ventura Employees Association. I just wanted to make a brief comment that you may debate whether there's an actual conflict of interest with regard to Mr. Foy's appointment to the Visera Board today, but I'd like to speak to my prior career as an attorney. As an attorney, just the appearance of a conflict of interest was enough for somebody to recuse themselves, whether it be a government attorney or a judge. So I'd just like to speak to the fact that just the appearance of the conflict of interest, whether or not we decide that there is one, should really be considered by Mr. Foy in regard to recusing himself from that appointment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, you know, I think it's important that that employees that are paying into the pension system feel confident or feel confidence in the trustee that are managing their pension. And the retirement for our employees is a security for them for the future. And they do not feel that they don't want to feel that their pension is in jeopardy, you know, because of a person that's there that they cannot trust. So I believe that by appointing an individual or individuals like all of us, you know, we all belong to different organizations besides the Board of Supervisors, and we believe that, or I believe anyway, that that person should have the experience and the ability to, and the confidence of the membership or of the citizens or residents to support them in their particular assignments. And I've had a lot of calls, I mean hundreds of calls from individuals, well, let me back up, from individuals that represent hundreds of people in the county. And they believe that they don't have the confidence in Supervisor Foy representing them in the pension system. So I'm hoping that Mr. Foy having the ability and having the experience of representing our constituents, not only just our residents but our employees, that he fulfills that concern that they have, to protect the pension that our employees are dependent on for their future retirement. So I would feel very comfortable if Supervisor Foy would meet those responsibilities and protect that pension for our employees. And like I've always said, I've worked with many employees. A happy employee is a producing employee. An unhappy employee does not produce as well as he has, but I believe that we need to protect that pension, we need to protect our employees, and we need to protect our constituency, and they all work together. And I just want to share that, Mr. Foy, I've had Supervisor Foy, many individuals call me that they don't have that confidence, and hopefully maybe you can prove that wrong in you, because they need to have their pension protected. And I think it's important that I share that with you. And like any other organization, we all belong to different organizations, and we all protect our residents, our employees, and our constituency. And we're all working for that. So I just want to share that's a concern that's being brought to me by many individuals have called me and sent me emails regarding their pensions. I just want to share that.
Okay. Thank you. I have... this item came in front of us 2 weeks ago. Supervisor Long made a motion that we postpone it. I requested that postponement take place 2 weeks so that I'd be back here for this, to give us an opportunity to, since we had just heard from representatives of the unions about their concerns, and that gave us an opportunity to do that. I'd like to offer, I'm making the same motion that I made, or the same recommendation that I was making 2 weeks ago. I'd just like to, since it's become an issue of some controversy that's been out there in the newspaper, et cetera, explain what my rationale is. I think that the issue that's out there in front of us for this spring and all the way until next fall, potentially, is the question of the initiative that is the focus of this. And I think that the focus ought to be on the issues that are brought up, that are raised by the initiative. I don't want to have it appear that we are retaliating against Supervisor Foy because he has a position in favor of the initiative, one that I'm not in favor of. I think it lends itself to that. Instead, I think we ought to focus on the significant issues, and I think one of them that I think is germane to the question of fiduciary responsibility is, does the new initiative actually increase unfunded liabilities for the system? And there are a number of states that have done studies that have said that's the case. Until we do our own study, we don't know whether that's the case here. But if it does increase the unfunded liability, I think that's something that's a serious issue that the trustees should take into consideration. But those are all issues that are debated, and I think that it's most appropriate for us to not get deflected into an issue of whether there's some kind of retaliation against the supervisor for taking a position. So that's why I'm making the recommendations that I'm making. If there's any other
I'd like
comments.
to share too that has nothing to do with the retaliation. I think it has to do with, I'm just conveying what the employees have conveyed to me, the lack of confidence in that position that Supervisor Foy has at this time. So that's all I wanted to say.
And I certainly don't suggest that it is retaliation, but I think there's a perception that could be the case, is why I think it's not appropriate. Supervisor Long?
Yes, thank you. since I made the motion 2 weeks ago, I certainly had a chance to look into both the process and the some discussion as to this position is appointed as a 3-year term, and it isn't, and I was incorrect in making a comment to a reporter that all of these are really at the discretion of the board. I believe we have a little different designation in this one. And I think the comments you made are correct in that obviously the issue is much larger than one person and much larger than deciding that we're going to try to redirect in order to ensure that there is fairness and balance in the discussion at the retirement board. I think that frankly will be left up to the entire members, all of the members of the retirement board, to ensure that takes place. I think perception, as was said, as we know, as we serve in these offices, often becomes reality. And but I also believe that you have to pick your battles, and this one is one that has does not advance the public understanding the challenges that are confronted by our system in making such a significant change as being proposed in the initiative. And as I said 2 weeks ago, there are a lot of discussion and other milestone and markers for this board to have regarding this issue. And so this is one that I trust that we have a process and we move forward with that. So.
But I agree with the speaker that there is a perception of conflict of interest. It's up to the individual, though I think at this point not a legal reason, but just up to the individual. If he thinks that there's a perception that he should step down off of it, but I am not in favor of doing that through board action.
Well, since I made the recommendation, I'll make the motion to approve the
Appointments.
board and committee assignments. Thank you very much. The board and committee assignments that I've recommended, and that's been seconded. We're ready to vote. Okay, that motion passes 5-0, and we're at item 31. And that's CEO's office, and 3 classification ranges.
Good morning, Chair Bennett, members of the board, Mr. Powers. For the record, Kelly Short, County Executive Office, Human Resources. As you know, several times per year we come to you with changes to the classification plan. Today's recommended action creates 3 new classifications, amends the salary range for 1 classification, and deletes 16 obsolete classifications. Department representatives are available to discuss their specific classifications should you have any questions. And these changes have been reviewed with and supported by SEIU.
Okay. Any questions? All right. We have a motion.
I do appreciate you
Second.
doing that, and the CEO's office coming out with the our director of the for the CETA, getting that in line where we need to do to get the right people to do that job. So thank you.
All right. Ready to vote?
Thank you.
And that motion passes. We're at item 32. Supervisor Long.
Oh, here we are that quick. Okay. Hold on a minute. You all read the letter as presented, and I'll say to you that also recent action, 2 recent things that have taken place regarding this letter, and this is again to send a 5 board member signature letter to the governor regarding AB 109 and the funding the funding levels of AB 109. As we started down this path, we significant sea change in the sense of shifting responsibilities to the county and the pressures of the three-member federal court that was put on the state and all of that. And as you saw in the paper today, that the court has granted the governor 2 more years to be able to finish this significant policy shift. But in all of that, it was put to the counties to with revenues that have been, sufficient up until I think we're starting now to see that, as Mr. Powers has called on the CCP to be sure that we document fully for full cost recovery everything that is impacting this shift to the county of state inmates. And so, although the formula was agreed upon by both agreed upon and worked on tenaciously by the statewide CEOs group, and then CSAC carried that forward to the governor, and the governor agreed with it. What we knew going in was that because we have such a well-run county and we have the best public safety personnel keeping our county safe, that we have a bit of a disadvantage in that we have lower crime rates compared to perhaps some other counties. And also that we have been very good at and progressive at innovative programs. Under the work of the CCP, we continue to do that. And so there was never a promise by any of the parties I just spoke of, and certainly not even the governor, that going in with the formula was going to be that formula from here forward. So as you saw from the LA board letter that was submitted, they're seeing already increased cost, and through the letter that I'm proposing we submit to the governor, we are too, and so we want to make sure that the governor knows this, and we carry it forward to CSAC, and we're able to carry it to the governor as he goes into the next round of budgets to make sure that we are doing the best we can to get full cost recovery, and that we are not disadvantaged because we have such a safe county. So that's why I brought the letter forward, and I'd ask for your support.
And I understand, Mr. Chair, I understand also that the state is saving quite a bit of money, and that money should be shared with us to continue in those efforts in the realignment process. Yeah. Okay.
I'm certainly going to support the motion, but I'm going to give a special bonus if you're actually able to get this money from the state.
All right. What's the bonus?
As hard as it's been to get the state to pay us what they normally owe us,
That's right.
This would be great. I mean, I think it's a very appropriate request. And
Well,
these are different times, and there is.
They are different times,
and the governor's been more receptive to
Right.
understanding what's going on with local government.
And I have to believe the only reason, one of the reasons that the state's been given 2 more years to again finish this realignment is because they are seeing success at the local level through programs, and so the better we perform, we should be not rewarded, we should be provided the resources we need to do the job.
Sure. No question.
And I do appreciate, under our CEO's leadership, of really identifying what those true costs are, because this is a way, as we heard, I think other agencies, just what I add to what I'm doing, but all the people that are doing, so really know what the cost is. And because this is going to get expensive. I mean, I know there's some studies out there, crime hasn't increased, but we know. Just with one of the people from the sheriffs, when I went to meet with them, they were sitting there going about the people who've already committed crimes before the time they would have normally been released. So these kind of things are happening. Our costs are going up, and I think it's great what we're doing. So I appreciate you bringing the letter.
I think one of the values of having a governor who's served in local government also, I think, makes him more receptive to understanding,
I agree with that.
what it's like.
Yeah.
And
He's
so-
been very receptive to the CSAC work and the policy, and when we send a team over there, he's very generous with his time and listens to us. So
Yeah, I think
Carry
that's
forward.
it's a good statement you make, because that's true.
Yeah.
He's a different governor because of that.
All righty, that motion has been made. Have we all voted? All right, great. That motion is passed. We're just about at our 9:30 time certain. We've got about 2 minutes, so why don't we do a 2-minute bathroom break? And Okay, I'll call us back into session. We're at item 18. This is an item that I've put on the board. It's a reconsideration of the item 31 that we heard on January 28th. We're doing the reconsideration. I'm bringing back the reconsideration because I was given some wrong information, and I didn't do the proper due diligence to check that information out before I put it into my presentation to the board, both my comments and what I put into a PowerPoint. But the information that was wrong was I stated that all 58 counties don't do sidewalks. That was later pointed out to me that was not accurate, and as soon as I found that out, I said, to whatever extent that influenced the debate, the discussion, it seemed the only fair thing to do was to bring the issue back and make sure that we kind of reset the clock there with that information corrected. I note that in checking it out, we've found counties all over the map on this. A number of counties do it. Some counties do it partially. They do some partial program. Supervisor Parks, I know, has passed out a list here of counties that do some things. So I just wanted to make sure we corrected the record, and so I think it's appropriate for us to do a motion to reconsider so that we can reopen this debate in light of that new information, that the other information was wrong. And my apologies for making the mistake.
If I just say something, I appreciate you bringing this in the sense of doing that, because a lot of people say, sometimes people don't bring all the right information because they have purposes. Sometimes we just get wrong information, and I appreciate you being right up and just do it. Let's not influence things. Let's bring right information. I think that was very good to do to the people, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that's my motion to reconsider. And it's been seconded. And that motion passes. So now we have item 31 in front of us again. And we're ready for a discussion
Bennett?
on item 31. Supervisor Parks.
It is remarkable. It's the first time in my career that I've seen a situation where an item is brought back because wrong information was given. So kudos to standing up for what's right on that and bringing it back. I do have a PowerPoint. This is another opportunity, as I see it, to consider how we as a county can help residents with sidewalk repairs. If we could put that up. Currently, our policy is that residents pay for sidewalks that are adjacent to their homes. I'll kind of go through some of the background. We know that back in 1978, when Proposition 13 was passed, our Board of Supervisors made a decision to stop the maintenance that they had been providing to sidewalks in the unincorporated county. We did look at a request I had, if you'll go to the next slide, to put $566,081 of unanticipated revenue to our road funds. Sure, I could have the button. Thanks. And I brought that to our board at our meeting on January 28th to take this unanticipated revenue that can only be used for transportation and use it for sidewalks, because that's the appropriate source. If you were going to repair sidewalks, it would come out of our road fund. And then the motion obviously didn't pass. A couple different motions there. One of the statements that was repeated by at least 3 supervisors, as Supervisor Bennett pointed out, that all counties, of all the counties in the state of California, they all require property owners to pay for sidewalks. And that, as he pointed out, wasn't true. We did do a survey and provided that to you. Since that survey, I know we emailed a lot of the counties. Kern was added to the list. That's at the bottom from the one that you received yesterday. Kern County does not charge the property owner for sidewalk repairs. most damaged sidewalks that are uplifting because of tree roots, etc., is viewed as a potential tripping hazard and liability to the county, and thus repaired at the county expense. So all those counties listed, there's at least a dozen there, all fund sidewalk repairs. Of that, one of them actually splits at 50-50. There is a precedent for funding sidewalk repairs. Of the counties that we contacted, I believe it was 12 out of 16 all fund sidewalk repairs. Cities in Ventura County fund sidewalk repairs, and indeed the County of Ventura used to fund sidewalk repairs, so it's not unprecedented. Our county is in a really good position, not like we were back when Prop 13 passed. Our county has $30 million in our road fund, so that's a good thing. And we know that we just got a grant for $3 million a couple weeks ago that took care of a major, probably the last major issue in my district. And also, in addition to that, put in another $5.4 million in that budget, in that road fund last year. And we're also really fortunate that our roads are now considered very good on the index statewide. I think we rate 13 out of 58 counties in our road system. You know, I just wondered, what would it cost? You know, we do have $30 million in our road fund. What would it cost if you just repaired all the sidewalks? On the City of Ventura's website, they say they have 420 miles of sidewalk. And they say it would cost them $2 million if they were to repair all the sidewalks that are needed to be repaired in the City of Ventura. In the County of Ventura, we have, you know, about a third of that, you know, amount of sidewalks. I know Mr. Fleisch was here and said that they have already repaired a fourth of the sidewalks in the county along roads that they were resurfacing. So I'd estimate somewhere between $750,000 to 1.02 million. But that just kind of gives you an idea, but I don't know. So I would make a recommendation among three that I'm proposing that we do get a report back on the cost to keep all our sidewalks repaired, including the cost to repair, and importantly, the cost to administer a payment program. I don't think we really consider that, and the more I learned about that payment program, the more concerns that brought to me. One of those things that I found when we look at the costs to repair roads is that in the County of Ventura, we do not have our contractors grind sidewalks to smooth up, for example, an uplifted piece of sidewalk, maybe a corner. The only thing our contractors do is we replace. We don't grind. And the county contracts for sidewalk work, and almost all the residents, some 90%, it has been estimated, of residents actually use the county's contractor. But I don't think the residents know that. Instead of replacing a sidewalk, if our contractor, for example, allowed a grinding, they could do it at a fraction of the cost. Sidewalk repair estimated by our transportation department to grind a piece of sidewalk that has uplifted is $50. To replace it, which is the only thing we do, would be $460, almost 10 times more expensive. So in the County of Ventura, 0% of our sidewalks are repaired by grinding, 100% are repaired only by replacement. So I looked around, found in the city of Thousand Oaks, this is outside my home, this picture, 80% of the sidewalks in the city of Thousand Oaks, they fix with grinding. And only 20% they do with replacing. So you get an idea of the figures. I mean, if you have 1,000 homes that are out there, well, let's move on. I have a video, and I think the reason I'm showing this video is because people are concerned that
Well, we have
maybe
some
it didn't need a
questionable
full
sidewalk
replacement.
repairs, and residents in Ventura County, well, they are outraged. First, they find out that as homeowners, they are responsible for all sidewalk repairs around their house. Then, they find out that some of the sidewalks that look just fine, well, the county is out there fixing them and charging them for it. Take a look.
I feel like I got ripped off. I feel like it was unjustified, and I shouldn't have been charged.
We're having to pay for this, and I don't think it's right because of the fact that we've already paid our taxes and we've done everything else for them.
I think that they're just looking to make more money.
Sidewalk repairs in Oak Park, an unincorporated part of Ventura County, have homeowners furious. They receive these letters letting them know it is their responsibility to pay for sidewalk repairs. But homeowners say,
What my problem is they're doing some stuff that I think is unnecessary.
Fred Ritter took this photo of the sidewalk in front of his house before it was repaired. It looks the same after the county ripped it apart and fixed it. Larry Haney has the same complaint. Why do you feel you got ripped off?
Because there was nothing wrong with the sidewalk. Well, the issue is right here. The level of the concrete is exactly at the same level it was before it was repoured.
These are before photos of the sidewalk. When the county tore it up, the Haneys took more pictures. You can see no roots, nothing underneath.
Our sidewalk repair was frivolous, that it had nothing wrong with it. They claimed there was root damage underneath, but our pictures clearly show that.
That's good. I think one of the issues here is the fact that they're not seeing much damage to begin with. And something grinding could have taken care of. If we included the option to grind when a sidewalk has uplifted a little bit, it's interesting to note that to send those letters to residents, we take photographs, we document it, we send a letter to the house to let them know and to let them know that we have a contractor that can do it at a reasonable price. We go back and we probably, in Oak Park, I heard that of 180 letters, 90 residents called in. So answering the phone calls from residents, getting the letters out, taking the payment, getting the payment, and all that costs $100 just to bill residents. Yet grinding is only $50 per sidewalk slab if they have to do some grinding. So I think it's interesting to note that the cost to homeowners to fix a sidewalk, in this case, is $50. The cost for the county to bill is $100. So it just really doesn't make sense for the county to spend $100 asking them, to repair something that could cost $50. One of the recommendations, the second one I'd like the county to consider, is to have a policy that when you can grind, and for $50, grind it. Let the county do that, pay that, because otherwise we'd be sending a letter to the homeowner, and that would cost us $100. Finally, I narrowed it down to 20 reasons to fund sidewalk repair, and again, I know it's too small to count, to see, but basically, we do have this one-time windfall. It's a one-time program. The funds are there. We can afford to do this. It doesn't take away from any of our other road projects. It's actually less expensive if the county just does the work than spends the money on administrative fees. We could also, because we'd use the money more efficiently, we could actually end up doing more sidewalks if the county paid for them. And obviously we could do them faster because you wouldn't have to go through the rigmarole of billing residents. There is a definite public benefit involved. Anyone can walk on that sidewalk. And so the county funding sidewalk repairs is appropriate. Who benefits the most out of sidewalk repairs? Well, people in wheelchairs, people with walkers, people who are elderly, children. They really benefit the most from having good sidewalks, safer sidewalks. And when the sidewalks are safer, they're less dangerous. And if we can fix them faster, that also means less liability. This is also consistent with what other counties do. It's consistent with what all the cities in the county, I believe, do. The cost to repair actually can be difficult for homeowners. It also furthers our efforts on our climate change action plan. It also furthers our effort to encourage healthy lifestyles. It's also something quite notably citizen support. Municipal advisory councils have voted unanimously, both in Oak Park and Casa Conejo, for this. The survey that I mentioned at our board comments, you look at that, people are pretty satisfied. They're not satisfied with their sidewalk maintenance. But they are very satisfied with our roads, so you just wonder about the priorities there when you have such concern from residents. Also, when you repair sidewalks, they can have incredibly lasting benefits. It's not like roads where you have to keep repaving them. Some can, you put in sidewalks that can last for 50 years. And obviously there's a county-wide need. I know one article in the paper was saying I was doing this for my district. It's not for my district. This is something wherever I would live in Ventura County, I would still feel in the unincorporated area it's an appropriate use of government funds. But I'm not asking that we do anything other than take this windfall of TDA funds, $566,081, and let's do a program where we fund sidewalk repairs, a one-time only program. I think we're going to get incredible bang for our buck, particularly if we do grinding. 80% of the sidewalks repaired in Thousand Oaks they do with grinding. And I would then just ask the recommendations that I have before the board, and we can look at them. The most minor one, I think, would probably be number 2. I think it's important that we do get a report back on the cost to keep all sidewalks repaired, including the cost to repair and the cost to administer the program. Because I don't think we really have a handle on that. Our road fund is paying that $100 per house to bill people. That's not the residents, that's the road fund. And then the recommendation to, where appropriate, and you can do grinding, don't send letters. Do the grinding because it's cheaper and it's an appropriate way to get to ADA standards. And then the third one was the one that we had controversy at the last board meeting, and that is to do this one-time program. I'd go ahead and make a motion unless we have any public comments. I know that we do have at least one person who wanted to speak.
Do you have any
questions? I don't have any public comments listed. Do you want to get your motion out before the public comments or afterwards? Okay, thank you.
Got to put a card in.
I have no publics.
Pardon me? Oh, sure.
We'll have them go speak.
Could you just state your name for the record?
Yes, hi. My name's Larry Haney. I'm a resident of Oak Park, California. First, I'd like to thank you, the board, and Linda Parks for allowing me the opportunity to speak this morning. My question is a twofold in-part question. First, addressing to the board my particular concrete repair issue. Secondly, I'd like to direct the question to David Schlesch, Director of Transportation, in regards to the estimate. On occasions, Linda Parks and I have spoke regarding the sidewalk repairs in Oak Park, California. In my particular case, I provided photos to the county, to Linda Parks, and to Fox News in regards to my sidewalk allegations of needed repairs and the costs associated with these repairs. I received a county estimate of repairs stating that tree roots were the reason and cause of the damage of the vertical movement on my sidewalks. And of course, as Linda mentioned, the danger it is to the elderly, walkers, and et cetera. I'd like to mention that when I was given this opportunity in the first estimated letter to do the repairs myself, I looked into it. When I observed the concrete slab that they were talking about, I went out and I took photos of it. The slab itself is actually adjacent to and on top of city sewer pipes and so forth. My lack of knowledge in that field of construction made me feel as though I wasn't capable of probably doing the work myself. So, because of the city sewer system, it could have had some unforeseen problems underneath. Now, because of that, I decided to let the city go ahead and do the repairs. To the board, I'd like to say that when I received my first estimate, it was for X amount of dollars. Based on, with my own background in construction, I realize an estimate is nothing more than a rough cost, but at the same time, how many times has the city and county gone out and done repairs for sidewalks, and they should have good subcontractors that give solid costs and estimates based on the not unforeseen problems that may arise underneath the concrete. When I looked at my concrete, there was no root damage or anything else. I'm sorry, just give me a second. At the point that they did the repairs, I went out and I had prior measured the rise in the concrete. It was approximately a ½ inch. Now, the indications on the sidewalk, the way they mark it, I understand, is not necessarily showing you where the problems are, but I did do a thorough examination of the entire slab. In regards to getting back to the estimate, I received later date a second estimate with an increased price. Now, the increased price was more than 10% of the bill. I felt at that point it was unjustified because of the fact that it was a very clean and clear-cut case with my particular slab. There was no unforeseen damage. There was no additional cost associated to it. Now, I also took pictures during the time that the repairs were being done to confirm that there was no rising of the concrete due to rootage or anything else. It is my assumption at this point, and I would suggest to David Slice that this could have been caused due to land movement on the sewer system itself, raising that concrete up. Or originally, from the initial pour, it was already poured a ½ inch too high. Now, when I had the concrete guys come out and they re-poured the new slab, I again went out there, took photos, and I measured the concrete again. It was a ½ inch too high. So at the point that they were pouring it, and I noticed this, I asked the subcontractor that was there, the worker, if he could grade it down, grind it down, whatever it took to reach that level point. And he said, "It's not my job. I have to ask my boss." I said, "Okay, do that. Ask your boss." Nothing got done. So at this point, I feel like that maybe the sewer system was the cause. Land movement underneath the ground, again, not something that was my fault. Therefore, I don't feel it was justified that I make payment for the repairs. Pardon me?
Your time is up. If you could finish up, we'd appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you very much. Yeah. In conclusion, I would just like to say two things. One, I think that maybe in my particular case, the city should waive my fees to have to pay for my repairs based on my grounds. And secondly, I would like to make a motion that if there is any interest by the board to cause the homeowners to have to pay for any additional public service road conditions as well in the future, I am strongly against it. So,
Okay.
okay.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your
You're
testimony.
welcome.
So if we could go back to that one slide on recommendations, I'll go ahead and make my motion unless, no, at least we'll have something on the floor to discuss. As I mentioned, I've got 3 separate ones. Oh, this is just a picture that was of Casa Caneo to show this. You talk about unincorporated county. This is just an island in the middle of a city, no different than anything in any of the areas around it, which get their sidewalks repaired. So there's that concern from residents. But item number 2 would be the first one. I'd like to first go ahead and move, and that would be to report back on the cost to keep all our sidewalks repaired, including the cost to repair and the cost to administer the payment program.
I have some questions.
I got some questions,
Okay,
too.
sure, absolutely.
Supervisor Long?
Yes, and Mr. Fleisch, couple of things. One,
Excuse me, sir. Yeah, thank you, Mr.
The
Hanson.
issue on grinding. Why is that not a practice of ours? And could it be a practice? Would it require a change to our ordinance?
And
Or
what's
is
the
it just a
cost? And
practice?
what's the real cost of grinding?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, while you're at it, since you're, also, you talk with my office about some issues about grinding in terms of what you think about it long-term and that kind of stuff. So if you pass those on, if you include
Correct.
those in the answers.
In all of the look that we've done with either cities or other counties, grinding is considered a temporary repair. It may last for 2, 3, 4 years, maybe even 10 years, but if you have a displacement and you grind, if you don't fix or find out what the problem is underneath and see if it needs to be fixed, ultimately you're going to have to grind again, and pretty soon you get limited concrete and you're going to have to replace it eventually anyway. The cost to do grinding, we have not done a lot of looking into, but in some preliminary looks, it's probably somewhere in the 75, 50 to 100 range. I don't really have a good number. It depends upon whether you got one guy coming out there to do one or if you're doing a whole
Well,
big
that
area.
was my key when we're talking about $50, and maybe that's what the city's telling, that it's $50. But yeah, it's because the truck is out and we're doing 40 of them, and it takes 20 minutes to grind. But I just can't imagine you're going to say, I got a problem, and guy's going to come out, drive his truck out here, pull his equipment, big equipment we saw out there, and grind it for $50. I mean,
The dollars for $50 would be or $50 would be to do one area, and typically with sidewalks, if you've got roots underneath or what have you, you're looking at both sides, and it would be twice that, so it would depend. When we send the letters out to the property owners now, we give them the option to either repair or replace the sidewalk on their own. We don't specify what repair means, and I've asked staff to look at a way to be more specific about that and tell property owners what options are available. We would not require a change to our ordinance to include grinding in our contracts as we're currently doing them. My concern about putting grinding in the contract is I'm now going to get into a debate with property owners about, I think mine needs to be ground as opposed to be replaced, and there's certain standards that we would have to establish. And so if we're going to talk about costs of administration, although it may be cheaper to do grinding, I'm going to be spending a lot more time explaining to property owners why that needs to be replaced and that needs to be ground. Property owner wants to ramp or grind and meet a requirement to meet the ADA requirement, they can certainly do that on their own. If we're going to go in and do repair throughout an area, my preference is that we replace because it's a much longer term solution. If we grind, we're going to end up back out there again a couple, 3 years later, grinding again or then having to remove it.
One more question. If you looked at something and you said, we could look at just grinding this, you would still need to notify the property owner because our ordinance says the sidewalks are the responsibility of the property owners.
Correct.
So anytime we touch that part, we'd have to make sure we notify the property owner.
Correct. Our current ordinance and the street and highway code are pretty specific about that process because
We own the right-of-way and easement not in fee. It's the property owner's property, and by both the ordinance and the street and highway code, there's a specific process that if we find displacements or damage to the sidewalk, we notify the property owner. It's their responsibility.
If I could ask another question. If we see a sidewalk that we believe it's lifted because of tree roots, what's our request to the property owner regarding the tree so that you don't just do a replacement that's going to continue to have that issue?
Typically, in the letters that we send, whether it's from my maintenance folks, just the single property owner, or whether we do it as part of a contract, if we believe there's a tree issue, we also identify that in the letter, that there's potential problems with trees and tree roots, and you may need to remove the tree or may have to root prune. We also have an arborist that we can send out to look at the trees to make that determination.
And I have one last question. Can we, in reference to your recommendations, can we, in moving forward with this, do a couple of things under Public Works Authority, identify certainly what would be critical and priority ones to do first, and ask that there be a letter to the homeowner saying basically a waiver that this is a one-time program, that we're doing this and paying for this, and is that possible to do?
I'll defer to County Council on the waiver. We can certainly go identify what we would consider critical replacements as opposed to minor replacements.
Priorities, and I know the supervisor, or I've read 60% of the sidewalks are in your district, so, you know, I mean, it would be easy for me to say, well, then 60% of these funds should go to that district, but I think looking at priorities where you have significant bad conditions with the sidewalk is as important.
I think it's more important. You know, dealing with the sidewalks that need to be repaired the most. I certainly support that, and I don't think of this as a district issue at all.
Okay.
I mean, we fund a lot of public projects. You know, the Ojai Trail. I don't ride it, but we fund it out of our general fund. And so, to me, this is just completely appropriate. That's where it's needed.
And legal counsel, the waiver? Or a letter
Well,
of
as I understood
notification,
the question, a waiver that it's a one-time only fixed by the county, no precedent that will be responsible to fix in the future. I think that'd be an appropriate waiver that we could have, but if I'd ask the chair if I could address some issues.
Certainly. You said you think it would be an appropriate?
It would be appropriate, but I have to weigh in a little bit on, because this is an unusual procedure with this reconsideration motion. It's not every day the board does
Oh,
this.
yeah, we haven't actually, we did vote to reconsider.
We voted to reconsider, but we're reconsidering the item from 2 weeks ago, which doesn't have a lot of the recommendations that we're seeing now. Really, the only matter for reconsideration is whether to spend the money, to appropriate the money to a one-time program, and that's the recommendation from 2 weeks ago, and that's back before the board. That requires a 4/5 vote, and the board letter was vague as to what the one-time program would be, but as far as Brown Act issues and other issues, these proposals are new as far as what the program would be about grinding and so I would suggest that the reconsideration is to vote whether to appropriate the money, and if the board wants to define the program, that should probably be a subsequent board item that's agendized for staff and the public, because none of these issues about precedent and waiver and grinding versus replacement really has been agendized as a proposal.
Okay.
well, we actually did talk about waiver at the prior discussion. We didn't take action, obviously, but yeah.
And we didn't agendize it.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
what you're saying. Let me just clarify. So your recommendation to the board is that we need to focus on the one-time only funding, which was the request of item 31, which is up there in front of us at this point in time.
Correct.
Supervisor Zaragoza?
And that was my understanding too, Mr. Chair, was that the repairs is not the issue, and I have a lot of respect for Supervisor Parks that yes, we got to look at liability, we have to look at our seniors, we have to look at the condition of our sidewalks. But my understanding was, is the issue was of the use of that one-time dollars. And according to the report I have here from county council, says that, in my case, I believe that we're setting a precedence without repairing sidewalks because we have numerous other sidewalks that have been repaired and need repairs and so forth. And there's a state law, or in a county ordinance, the state law 5610 says, that the homeowners are responsible for the repair of the sidewalks, and also the county ordinance says that the homeowner should repair the sidewalks. So I think that we're just talking about the funding. Should we use the funding for that? And I believe that we're setting the precedence that I mentioned before. I believe it's against the state ordinance and the county ordinance. And unless we change it, then we can look at it.
There's dozens of other counties in the state of California abiding by that state law, and they still fund them. So I just asked the county council, are we legally allowed to fund sidewalks with the state law, the state highway code?
One last thing that I got from the county council, that if we do that, are we using that, is that money used for public use, or is it all lawful use of, or gift of public funds, if we do that? I'm just...
That's a great question.
We still got a lot of other places that have already just recently paid for all this stuff, and now somebody else is doing it.
Is funding sidewalks legal, and is it a gift of public funds if we fund sidewalk repair?
And I just want to qualify that. I'm not against your program.
No, I understand. I just want to make sure we're basing
this
on the, what is truthfully out there, not something that we may be misinformed about. So I think getting the truth out is a good idea.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. First, the main question, it is legal for the county to spend money to repair sidewalks. That's a legal use of funds. The statutes and the ordinances, what they provide is that the adjoining property owner is responsible to maintain the sidewalk. The county can also maintain it if it wants to, and it can spend county money to repair sidewalks. It doesn't have to. It can require the property owner to do it. The issue about so that would not be a gift of public funds. To give refunds or rebates or to pay property owners who have paid to repair their sidewalks in the past would be a gift of public funds, because they did so under their legal obligation to do so, and there's no consideration or benefit in giving rebates to people in that scenario, except fairness, and what we've researched that the courts won't allow just fairness or equity to be a reason to give county money away. Now, as far as liability, the county adopted an ordinance that makes the homeowner also liable if someone gets hurt on the sidewalk. Now, the county could be liable also, and certainly a plaintiff would probably sue both the county and the homeowner, and that happens, and especially if it's in a county right-of-way. So there'd be joint liability if someone got hurt. That's part of the reason it's a public benefit for the county to go ahead and fix the sidewalk, because it lessens the county's exposure to liability prospectively, and because the homeowner may not repair it quickly enough, and a lot of other reasons. So that's kind of the legal background. So the county could spend money to fix sidewalks prospectively and not charge the landowner. Now, the other legal issue here is a budget issue, that if you appropriate money in the middle of the budget year for a use that hasn't been appropriated before, that requires a 4/5 vote. Just since I have the mic, the other issue, I think recommendation 2 about asking staff to report back, the board can always ask staff to report back on the costs or other issues with the program, so I wouldn't have any objection about recommendation 2, because the board could do that even in board comment, for example. But recommendation 1 is beyond just using money to fix sidewalks in the future. It's talking about the program of actually how we fix sidewalks now, how we ask property owners to fix their sidewalk, and those are issues really that haven't been presented, on the agenda. So,
would it, On the agenda where we're talking about the funding, could we ask that it include grinding where appropriate? I mean, it just sounds to me like that'd be something that isn't a policy issue, and it's a way of spending that fund.
Well, if I can just supplement that, I want to supplement that question. Your recommendation is that we primarily have to focus on this issue that was raised with item 31 last time, which is the funding side of it, the report being sort of ancillary or secondary to that. That primarily, but that, I mean, whether that motion passes or fails, I believe you're going to. Somebody could bring back, any supervisor could bring back the other issues that have been raised, right? The only thing that couldn't come back is the actual appropriation of this one-time monies by somebody who lost in that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. But the other aspects, a grinding policy could be put on the agenda at any point in time by any supervisor.
Yes.
Et cetera. Right. Okay. So in light of that, I guess that's one of the questions would be, where are we motion-wise? I just, since this is sort of free-flowing, but I think you're limiting what we're going to be voting on, not necessarily. I just want to get these things introduced because to the question of the one-time only, program funding, and I appreciate Supervisor Long talking about, can we prioritize this so the money goes for the, the worst sidewalks that are out there, et cetera. That's become one of the issues that's been a concern for me. We have lots of places that have no sidewalks at all. And so a question I have is, should we take on a new responsibility of repairing existing sidewalks before we take on the responsibility of building the current sidewalks? I wrestle with that one in terms of what the right thing is to do. And then I wrestle with the issue of, I don't support I have never supported the one-time only aspect, because it's like suddenly we just stop the clock. People that happen to be in line right now get the funding, and then people after that don't get it, and the people before that didn't get it. That one I have problems with from a good government policy standpoint. The other question that I have about moving forward is that I have this information that came in from our legislative analyst. It's called AB 22 by Bloomfield. Now, this is just a bill. It's not been passed yet, but it's a bill that, if it passes, it will say that all local governments that have, and I don't know whether everybody received a copy of this. Yes, everybody did receive a copy. All local governments, once they take on the responsibility of sidewalk repair, can't give it back to the local
it's about
residents.
If they have an adopted ordinance saying that they would pay for sidewalk repairs. We don't have an adopted ordinance.
Sure. So that's I'm
not
just trying.
accurate.
Well, that's not accurate. I haven't even said anything. I just said we have this bill that says, I haven't even finished. I don't know what the implications of this are in terms of our policy. I'd want to make sure that I'm aware of this. So we received this. That just makes me want to be cautious about making sure as we go, if we go forward to take on any responsibility, what those things would be. So with that, those are the.
But that would be another agenda item, right? That if we take the
responsibility. This item wouldn't be another agenda item.
This one could.
But another agenda item could come forward
for the other issue.
Could come forward for the grinding issue, for
right.
the report, if it's not included at this point in time. So, other supervisors' comments in terms of Supervisor Long.
I read that too, and I had some questions and reviewed it a couple times, and that really does pertain to if your ordinance already says that you're repairing sidewalks and you decide that you're going to change that would prohibit that from occurring. And I think it's a big battle going on in LA right now. So I would say this. I think that I never liked the use of the word windfall. And I think if we move that out and the grinding out, because that is not from the prior board's discussion, nor is it, it's more specific to the operational side of the house and the discretion of I think Public Works working with the CEO. But I think to be able to move this forward so that the funds, it's not in conflict with the state law, and There's no question that the supervisors, as I said 2 weeks ago, tenaciousness on this, that there is a great need. And we have had other instances where, unfortunately, some folks took care of some actions prior to either new fees assessed or whatever that, to deal. I said last time, I would not support something that went retroactive, and now legal counsel says we cannot. So all that to say, if we stick to just a recommendation that says these one-time only program to fund sidewalk repair with the TDA dollars, including both replacement as appropriate.
And that's what's on our screen, which was the motion from last time.
Right.
Not the one that's on the
So
slide.
I'm going to put forward a second on this.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, the motion on the floor by Supervisor Parks, now seconded by Supervisor Long, is to direct staff to report back on the cost to keep
No.
all sidewalks
No, it's a
repaired.
I'm sorry, it's just as it reads on item 18 on our screen.
Look on the screen.
You're
On the
going
agenda.
with a modified motion for the approval of the funding then.
But are we, Leroy, are we different
agenda
than what?
That
we
was done
originally
2
said,
weeks
or
ago,
what?
presented.
It's the recommendation from 2 weeks ago, which was that board item 31 from January 28th.
I'll get that in there.
But that's not even on our agenda.
It is, it's recommendation of oh.
The motion then is to approve the allocation of $566,081 of TDA revenue for one-time program to fix sidewalks identified for repair by Public Works Agency and authorization for the Auditor Controller's Office to process the necessary budgetary transactions.
Correct.
Okay.
That is it. And I just think of, what's the legacy that we're leaving? We know what it was left in 1978 when the board stopped maintaining sidewalks. What a good thing to be able to look back on and say that you made a difference and you helped to fix sidewalks. That's a nice thing to be able to do. We have the funds, we can afford it. And what's the alternative? We can be proud to have not been able to do this. I think this is just a benefit to the public. And it's something that most of the counties do. There's definitely precedent for it. It's not illegal. It's something we can afford. And it makes such a positive difference. So thank you for your second, Supervisor Long.
I gotta say I can't support it. I also go back to Supervisor Bennett's thing, which is just a one-time deal. It's not good government unless we're going to do something. We see it right, not just because some money came around. We got other uses for this money. And going back to Supervisor Zaragoza's, it just sets a bad precedent for what we're doing. There's responsibilities of home ownership, and home ownership says you have sidewalks, you have to do sidewalks. If you live in the county, there's no sidewalks, you don't have to do that. But you've got to maintain that, because now you do a sidewalk, but guess what? My sidewalk, my driveway's got a lip in it, so now it's because people walk on my driveway out by my sidewalk, is there still a problem? I mean, this just brings us down the wrong path. So I go back to Supervisor Zaragoza's thing. It just sets a very bad precedent. And where's money going to come later? You did it last time. Why aren't you doing it this time? Well, only had one-time money. Well, I'm sure you got extra money. Pull money out of your reserve. I mean, that's just a bad deal. And I go back to Supervisor Bennett. It's just not good government. If it's not something we can do on a regular basis that we're here to do, and then I hear we say almost all counties do it. Well, we only ask for 16 counties. There's 58 counties in the state. We don't know. So I just can't support that.
And Mr. Chair, I have a lot of respect for Supervisor Parks, but again, I go back to the president's issue, and also we're going against the California State Code 5610 ordinance, and also against our own ordinance. And if we were to change that and add that in the future, that'd be a different story. But the use of those dollars right now, I don't think is appropriate at this time.
Well, before I call a vote to this, I'd just like to point out what my thoughts are on this. I've consistently had problems with the idea of one-time funding. I think I've expressed that. I'm more open to considering, I'm not saying I would do it, I'm more open to considering, though, actually changing our policy. That should be a policy conversation. Are we going to change our policy and in the future allocate a certain amount of money? But that's a big question. Hearing Santa Barbara saying that they're looking at $200,000, just there's a lot of information we'd need before we would actually change the policy, which is different than one-time policy. So I have Mr. Fleisch. You indicated that Santa Barbara County is budgeting around $200,000 a year.
They have a 50/50 share program that if a property owner wants their sidewalk done before the county gets to it, the property owner pays half and the county pays half. If they wait, because Santa Barbara's a self-help county, they have Measure A, which is transportation tax. If they wait until the county comes to do it, the county pays 100%. So it's a way for a property owner to get it done faster and pay for half.
And is the 200,000 just for the 50/50 program?
Yes, just
And then
the
in
50/50.
addition to that, there's funding, there's money
Correct.
that they have to spend for the other.
Correct.
And so it's somewhere significantly above $200,000.
Correct. Now, that 200,000, as Santa Barbara described it to me, includes when they go to do those projects, if the property owner asks, it's sidewalk, it's also curb and gutter, which we don't require. That's not a property owner responsibility for us. And it's also removing and replacing trees. So that's a much larger package than just doing a sidewalk repair.
But overall, their funding is over $200,000.
Yes.
Right. And so I sit there and say, how far would we be able to stretch this money? So that's what it's the temporary aspect of this that I clearly am not supportive of, and I don't know what my thoughts are about the other. I think one of the things that I think we're learning is that this is a pretty complicated issue in the state of California. There's a lot of things out there, just like the issue of grinding that you talk about and stuff. So I would not be supportive of this.
But you would be supportive of considering changing the policy? I'll be glad to bring that one back, and then we could also discuss the grinding issue, too.
I believe that I'm not supportive of changing the policy at this point in time, but hearing a report back is the intermediate step that would answer some questions about whether a change in policy is appropriate or not. That seems like in my mind, that's the appropriate thing. It's a ton of information about these sidewalks that we need to hear back, and I'd like to hear it from staff so we get the whole picture, staff's view about grinding and all of that other stuff. So I don't support this motion at this point in time. I do support the vote back. So are we ready to vote? Yep. Okay.
And I'd like to make a subsequent motion to bring back for a report to us both the issue of allowing grinding, because it's about 10 times cheaper for residents, and then also what is the concerns and benefits of looking at revising that policy or eliminating that policy. So it's not a one-time only. Does that sound right?
I need a lot more information.
Right.
There's a lot more that should be in that report than that.
Yeah.
Just ask them to give us a report back on the policy?
But
Go ahead, Supervisor Foy.
the problem you get going is, I don't know, Dave, when you talk about doing this and you look at 150 miles of road and inspection of all what they have, what we don't have, it becomes a daunting task. I want to be careful that I don't know what you'd say.
But perhaps what would be appropriate for me to bring back to the board is something similar that I did a few weeks ago on the bridge conditions, something on the sidewalks that gives a little bit of where the rest of the counties are, where the state is, what the funding potential issues are, where we see the condition and the costs.
Dave, with different categories, the severe, the medium, and the...
We can include that in some sort of categories like that.
As well as the issue on grinding.
We can address different
Okay.
options for repair as well.
Thank you.
I think, in my mind, some of the questions that I have would be, what would be a sustainable amount of funding to take on this responsibility? I just believe once we take it on, we have it. This idea of one time doesn't make any sense to me at all. Once we take it on, what is a sustainable degree of funding? What is the experience with other counties? Certainly, some people on county staff have indicated other counties and cities, although they say they're doing it, say they don't have anywhere near enough money in their budgets to do it, and so they're not doing it. They're putting it off. They're creating a lot of frustration and all of that. So that's the tenor of the kind of information I would need. What are we really getting into with this responsibility with this? And then to the extent that there are these other programs, I think it's appropriate to ask the question, what does it cost to administer these 50/50 programs and those kind of things? There may be some cost involved, but I would just offer this as you're thinking about it. The concept that we are still making it clear that the homeowner is the primary person responsible and we're helping seems to me to be the appropriate place. If we decide to take on any responsibility, it seems to be appropriate that we make sure that that's clear. Maybe there's a cost to that, but that cost has the benefit of making it clear the homeowner still has that responsibility. The final thing I want to say while I have the floor here on this for a moment is, to the extent that there are errors, Mr. Hanson, certainly is alleging that there are errors. I see that completely different than this debate about whether we take this policy on. That's did we make a mistake or did we not make a mistake? Did the guy pour the wrong slab? I don't want to pay to fix. I don't want to pay if a guy didn't do the right work. That's a issue. That's a property owner specific question, not a what is our policy question. So again, those would be the things that I hope those would be the things I should say. Those would be the questions I would need to have answered before I would even consider changing our policy. And so I have to have that
that's
information.
why my first motion was to go ahead and look at how much would it cost to repair the sidewalks, and also how much would it cost to do the administration if, the cost that we put on our road fund just to bill people is pretty substantial too.
Sure.
So having that information. And as far as Mr. Haney is concerned, it seems like his sidewalk is in the same position it was before. It still needs that grinding. If you just go and grind that corner, it'd be there. But he didn't have that option.
Yeah, I don't
that he was
disagree
aware
with
of.
anything you were asking for to be studied at all. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just adding some things to that in addition, that will help me put it in perspective. And it's the issue of sustainability. And that's going to be the fundamental question. I'm certainly not saying at all I'm there, I'm ready to change. But I'm receptive to hearing the information about what other counties doing, what we possibly can do.
We just have to be careful, because when you go down a certain path, then you have a lot of other things. What kind of trees do they put in their right-of-ways there? What does that do? And a tree dies, are we monitoring what new tree goes in, because we're going to be responsible for what the sidewalk? There's so much to this that goes beyond what we're dealing with.
I agree with you, and one of the reasons why I think it's really important for us to make sure the property owner still has skin in the game, still has the ownership, is because the property owner can do some things that can be detrimental to the sidewalk and in terms of what they plant and all of that. It is. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I think the supervisor mentioned something important. The type of tree that's planted there is extremely important, because I know in the city of Oxnard we had the wrong type of tree that was planted, and there was numerous sidewalks that were raised because of the wrong type of tree. So that, I think, is extremely important too, that we...
Yeah, we do have a tree list and require root guards, and so, but it
right.
is important to get the right tree to begin with.
But it's just that monitoring of a tree dies, somebody else puts it in, you get all these things. But anyway,
That's important, yeah.
whatever, there's a lot to all this.
So take that windfall of money and study it.
So it's always a little difficult when there's a motion to do a study based on the comments of the board. But County Council, are we on clear enough ground? Yeah. You heard a lot from all of us, different things. But I think you hopefully can capture the tenor. And CEO, you feel like you have that?
Could we get a time frame too? Just because I have, there's a lot of people who have interest in this.
A what?
Do a what?
A time frame when we'll get a report back.
Yeah, but
I know it's not going to be fast. There's a lot there. Right?
And I wouldn't get so detailed that you have to spend so much work, because you may get to a point where you get to this side and said, whoa, this is all great, or no, there's no way this is happening, and then you wasted all this time without. So, I mean, try to make it as, I just don't want to see you spend $200,000 of time and energy for something that comes up and says...
Can I ask a question about timing? Are the people that you were getting ready to notice that they had sidewalk problems, my understanding is you pulled those back, those notifications?
We have not issued any letters in the Newberry Park or Cascaneo area right now. We went and did a study there to try to get a sense in that area of how big the problem was, and I'm sure that's some data that we can use to answer some of the questions that were asked here. We don't have any current paving projects where we're doing sidewalk right now. I would presume that we would continue to do what we have been doing, which is to offer that option to the property owners as we move forward with paving projects only, not outside of that at this point. So
in terms of notification in the two districts you talked about, Newberry Park and Casa Caneo, you're holding those notifications? Supervisor Parks, is that?
We haven't written any letters yet, so we're not even withholding them. We just have the data. We haven't done anything with it, so we haven't sent letters.
Is it acceptable to you to hold those until we get the study back?
My question is just, there are a lot of people that are interested in this item, and just wondering, what kind of time frame?
Right, and I've got a number of other pending items. I would tell you it's probably going to be closer to the fall by the time we bring it back, just with the other things that I have on my plate.
The people got to get it done. They got to get it done. There's liability those people have, bad sidewalks, and just like the people in everybody's district, they've got to just get them done.
In the interim, any that we find, obviously, that require repair that are significant, we wouldn't stop asking the property owners to do what's currently required.
Yeah, I would just say that's still the policy, and because the rest of them aren't going to get their money back, and so why we care wait to give some. So.
All right, we have a motion to have a report back with all kinds of stuff underneath that, right? That's not in writing, right?
Reviewing our policy of requiring residents to pay.
Yeah, to receive a report back. That's the motion is to receive a report back. Well, it'll be the next chair's item. All right, that motion passes 5-0. Good debate. Complicated issue. All right. Okay, we're now ready to move on to our 10 o'clock time certain, and this is this first item is. And we have attending from the Coalition for Family Harmony. This is a presentation on Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention Month. I think it's really appropriate that we have President Obama has been making this a big issue on college campuses here, which maybe are not teenagers, but certainly the whole issue is out there. So we have Carolyn, and I'm not going to pronounce the middle name properly, but Carolyn something Sutton, right? Ruth Rodriguez, Catherine Dugan, and Patricia White. Could you all please come on down, right? Ruth is from Interface Children and Family Services. Catherine is Victims Assistance. Patricia White is Fleet and Family Support. And Carolyn Sutton is from the Coalition for Family Harmony. So thank you very much for being here and helping us call attention to this important issue. And this is a proclamation of the Board of Supervisors, Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention Month. And I'm going to read just a little bit of this. Teen dating violence involves physical, sexual, verbal, emotional, and other abusive behavior, including harassment via texting, email, or instant messaging. 3 adolescents in the United States as a victim of physical, emotional, or verbal violence from dating partners, figure that far exceeds the victimization rates of other types of abuses. 1 in 3 affecting youth. 1 in 3 teens who have been in a relationship say they've been text messaged 10, 20, or 30 times an hour by a partner, finding out where they are, what they're doing, who they're with. And it goes on and on with the statistics of real problems that are out there. So it is, the board is happy and honored that we have the opportunity to have you in here to declare this Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention Month, right? And we'd like to turn it over to you because you're the experts to try to educate all of us on this issue. All right? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Board, and good morning. I'm Ruth Rodriguez, the Family Violence Prevention Program Manager out at Interface Children and Family Services, and this is my colleague, Christy Martin, our Healthy Relationships Specialist, who focuses on educating our young teens in Ventura County. And I just wanted to share a few words with you this morning. The research tells us that about 50% of teens will stay in their abusive relationships for fear of physical harm if they leave. And the truth is that, most of them feel like they have to figure it out alone. And that's why Interface has been providing services to youth since 2003, along with our counterparts in the community, to let teens know that they don't have to do it alone. Last calendar year, we serviced about over 3,500 youth in our communities, and although the national statistics say that 30% of youth will experience some kind of violence in their relationships, 43% of teens in Ventura County have reported rates of victimization as high as 43%. So that means it's 13% higher than the national average in some parts of Ventura County. So you might be wondering, what happens to the youth in the districts that you represent, right? Do they ever seek help? And to answer that question, I'm going to turn it over to Christy.
Well, the truth is, teens face many unique barriers when it comes to reporting their experiences with dating violence. Some of those barriers include things like dependence on parents. They're dependent on them for housing, for transportation, all of their basic needs. Another barrier is actually they're in school. So their attendance in school is mandatory. They have a limited ability to change schools, and these things can be problematic, especially if their abusive partner attends the same school that they do. And finally, their age. They're under the age of 18, so they're minors. And because of these reasons, it's not uncommon for teens to underreport their experiences with dating violence. So, Board of Supervisors, this is why your public acknowledgement today is so important. You're sending a clear message to our community that each and every teen is deserving of a supportive and caring adult to have in their corner to champion the cause of healthy relationships. And I'd just like to share with you a quote from one of our local teens. After seeing the presentations, I will always remember what I learned about healthy relationships. You inspired me to not be in an abusive relationship with my girlfriend. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you to the board. I'm Caroline Pridgetel-Sutton, Executive Director of Coalition for Family Harmony, and I have here Rachel Lambert, who is our Teen Dating Violence Coordinator. Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month does give us the opportunity to bring attention to the growing number of teens and young adolescents who are in violent relationships. As providers of domestic violence services, we understand the generational component of this. Teens see their family, parents, grandparents acting out violent relationships, and that's the way that they respond in their own relationships and friendships with bullying, violence, and also dating violence. Education and prevention are the only ways in which we can stop this violence before more serious consequences occur, which we've seen in our own county and also other counties. In the past year, Coalition for Family Harmony has conducted 10-week curriculums in schools to over 320 participants. That includes teens in middle and high school, also parents and administration and educators for this program. Teen dating violence is on the rise, and there really is an urgency to promote these educational sessions that Coalition and Interface do in our schools. They really need to understand the component of healthy relationships, how it affects their students and their teens, and how the parents need to become well informed as well. Support from you, the schools, and also our agencies help us to promote this and also stop the teen dating violence before it becomes more serious. So thank you very much for your support.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mr. Powers. I'm Catherine Dugan with the District Attorney's Office. I think the previous speakers have well articulated the problem. I would just add this. The research on this is very new. Centers for Disease Control have published, and the National Institute of Justice has published. And what the research tells us is that this is not gender specific. Boys are violent with girls, girls are violent with boys. It also tells us that teen dating violence is really just part of the family conflict problems that we already know about. When we have violent families, we produce violent teens. Those violent teens become violent adults. I would just add one other thing. They are minors, but minors do have the right to petition for a restraining order, and the District Attorney's Office provides that assistance at no fee. Any minor who is experiencing violence can come to our office, and we will provide whatever assistance that they need, including a restraining order. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Pat White from Fleet and Family Support Center. And I'd just like to take a moment to say that we try to be aware of this problem with teens that are in school through our teen clubs that are handled through the youth programs. But also, so many of our young sailors are still teens. And so many of our young sailors don't realize what stalking is. because they're so used to cell phones and iPads and the electronic age and being able to have instant communication that sometimes they're not even aware that when they call someone 20 times in a row that that's a problem. And so a lot of what we're trying to do is educate these teens and who will go on and have these problems further on. I'm also very much assisted by my 2 victim advocates that are in the audience, if you just stand for a second. Okay. And thank you very much for your support.
Thank you.
Well, you're right, this is new, and it's good for us. This is the first education we've had on this issue, and we really appreciate it. We'd like to get a picture, and if you'll just turn around right there, we'll have the picture, and that way the other board members will be in the picture in the background.
Just need Steve's signature. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. No, I did also just want to thank you for your good work, a really important topic.
You still want me to do this one?
Next item is...
I'm going to do it.
Oh, Supervisor Long.
Yeah, I am. Thank you, Supervisor. It is my pleasure, and certainly support with Supervisor Parks, to provide this resolution that recognizes students for eco-education and agriculture, and invite Mary Moranville to come to the podium to receive. And she also has a video PowerPoint to provide to us that's going to talk about the Students for Eco-Education and Agriculture, which was founded by Mary in 2008 as an educational program to help school children make the connection between our wonderful acres of farmland in our county and the food that ends up on our dinner table. So in the effort to teach children why they need to care about plants and gardens and agriculture, the classroom presentations and field trips for students take place throughout the year to provide hands-on learning experiences in farmland and gardens in their own backyards. And in addition to the education programs, they maintain strong community ties by supporting local farming through the Farmer of the Month program that features local farmers and their contributions to agriculture, and Harvest of the Month program, which provides resources to support healthy food choices and healthier habits for students. So they hosted the first ever Ventura County Farm Day in 2013, celebrated the hands and lands that feed us, and featured free tours and tastings, cooking demonstrations from 9 local farmers, including Deerdoff, Friends Ranch, Howling, Limonera, McGrath, Rancho del Pueblo, Rio Gonzo, Underwood Family Farms, and the Ventura County Ag Museum. The founding organization of the Veteran Farmers of America, which introduces veterans to farming by providing educational internships and jobs in agriculture, and an effort to help them transition from protecting their country to providing their fellow Americans with food. So this is to recognize all of that great work that Mary has envisioned and implemented, and to celebrate with her the Students for Eco-Education and Agriculture. And now, Mary, I'll turn it over to you.
Good morning. In other words, I've been very, very busy over the last few years, but thank you so much. And first, I would like to thank the Board of Supervisors for recognizing SEAG and the educational work that I've accomplished over the past 5 years. One only hopes when you start a new program like this one, the community will embrace it. The amount of positive feedback I have received from teachers, principals like Todd Tyner, that's sitting back there, the ag community, and most of all the kids has surpassed my wildest expectations. Now, after 5 years of teaching, I am proud to tell you this program has connected over 7,000 children to agriculture and farms in their own backyard. For those of you who don't know, I would like to give you a few details about SEAG and the program. First, this program is for all the kids. It's always been about the kids. At SEAG, we believe we are opening children's eyes to agriculture. Even with Ventura County's rich agricultural heritage, many children do not make the connection between the acres of farmland around them to the food on their table. And this program is helping make that connection. We are helping children understand the true origins of their food and connecting the dots between farms to the food on their table. Our mission is just to help them understand where their food comes from, to help them care about the land, the farmers, the agricultural workforce that puts food on our table every single day. I won't go through all the principles, but the one I'm most proud of is the program is teaching kids to care about agriculture, and most of all, about the farmers. The program is split into two parts. Part one is a 45-minute classroom visit where we go to visit the kids, introducing them to agriculture in general and then local agriculture. And I'm very happy to say that I've been doing this for 5 years on my own, and I just hired my first employee to help me with the education side of things, and that's Mackenzie Galke. She's sitting right here. She's a Cal Poly graduate. Her degree is in child development and food science, so she was perfect for the job, and the kids love her. So we start each and every presentation when we go to the classroom and at the farm, we ask them who here is connected to agriculture. And you would be amazed at the confused expressions on their faces. And then I say, who here eats? And they all raise their hands. And that's when the visceral connection between every child and agriculture and farms is created. So here's a little bit about the classroom visit. We bring in veggies into the classroom. We bring a big basket filled, and you'll never forget when you pull out a piece of broccoli in the classroom how excited they become. And we talk about the Ventura County crops, and we really touch on sustainable agriculture. The second part of the program is getting kids out of the classroom and into the outdoors by providing field trip to Limonera Ranch. The best part of the field trip is watching their expressions as they explore and pick lemons, oranges, grapefruit, lime, and every imaginable kind of citrus from the demonstration orchard, which has over 150 different varieties of citrus. There's always something in season for them to pick. And in some cases, if you can believe this, this is the first time some of these children have ever visited a farm or ever picked fruit with their own hands. The benefits of this experience of visiting, going out into the outdoors and field trips in general is very long. Hands-on learning promotes imagination and creativity, and I believe SEAG is inspiring these students to one day preserve our agricultural resources. This program has been a team effort from the very beginning. I would not be here if it wasn't for the support of the community, from the teachers, from the principals, from my board, which includes Steve Gill, Brett Berkey, Marilyn Mosley-Gordon-Yeh, Marilyn Mosley, and Barbara Glass. And so thank you again. It's really wonderful. Thank you. It is a good board.
Good to see you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Linda's using her voice. That's why I got to do this.
Thank you.
Happy to do this. As you see, she's a real powerhouse here. Getting it done. Thank you.
Thank you.
For your great work.
Thanks.
Great. If teachers want to connect with you to have their students come out for a farm visit, how should they connect with you?
They can go to my website, which is seag.org, and we are so busy. We bring about 2,500 kids into the classroom, and then we bring them on field trips. So between now and the end of the school year, we are pretty much booked, but we can start scheduling classes for next year. And I just wanted to show you one more thing. Last year was our first farm day that we held, and we had 9 different farms participate and over 800 people from the general public come. And all the farms were very thrilled and said, why hasn't someone else thought of this? And so this year we're hoping to get at least 20 farms and triple the number of attendees. And I don't know if you get my Harvest of the Month and the newsletter highlighting a different farmer. Yeah. So, and I've gotten a lot of positive feedback on that as well.
And that farm day is so in keeping with our desire to have ag tourism and encourage that. So what a great idea to have all the farms kind of have an open house. And
That's it. They just have an open house. They give tours. It's a meet and greet with the farmer. They get to interact with the farmer.
Thanks for coordinating that.
So.
That's great, Mary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're at item 21, Supervisor Zaragoza, and that's Seroptimus, Stop Human Trafficking and Sexual Slavery Awareness Day.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, you know, if Supervisor Long would have been running the meeting, it would have been done by this.
Boy, I tell you.
I just wanted to share.
Whoever started these jokes years ago, I'll tell you, he regrets
We were
it
done
now,
by
huh?
11 o'clock next. I want to call Debbie and Nancy DeVitt, Sherry Cash, and Sylvia Martini.
Live by the sword,
My
die by the
apologies.
sword. Huh?
And this is the County of Ventura Board of Supervisors proclaims March 6, 2014 as Seroptimus Stop Human Trafficking and Sexual Slavery Awareness Day. And I'm going to read this, and then I'll have Debbie say a couple of words. Whereas the United Nations International Women's Day 2014 theme is Inspiring Change, celebrates the advancement of women and encourages advocacy to inspire positive change for women. This year, Seroptimus clubs of Oxnard, Camarillo, the Conejo clubs of Camino Real region have chosen March 6, 2014 as a community awareness day known as Stop Human Trafficking and Sexual Slavery. And whereas each year between 800 and 900 people are trafficked across international borders, 80% of whom are forced into modern-day slavery, $32 billion global commercial sex trade perpetuates a culture of violence, ruining lives and destroying communities and families, as well as fueling organized crime. And where Seroptimus International has gathered in transportation centers, in airports and bus depots, and prime locations for traffickers, where they held walks and raise awareness and hold workshops and distribute thousands of brochures depicting modern-day victims and educating people that sexual trafficking is not just a global problem, but a problem for all. So therefore, let it be resolved that the County of Ventura Board of Supervisors take great pleasure in recognizing the significant positive impacts of the organization and proclaim March 6, 2014 as Seroptimus Stop Human Trafficking and Sexual Slavery Awareness Day, with a special recognition to the Seroptimus International of Oxnard, of Camarillo, of Ventura, and the Conejo Camino Real region for their commitment to educating our communities of the dangers of human trafficking and sexual slavery. This is presented on the 11th day of February. Debbie, can I share something for you?
Good morning. I'm Debbie Golke, member of the Oxnard Seroptimus Club, and these are my friends and fellow Seroptimus neighbors from Ventura, Camarillo, and the Conejo. And we are proud to be part of this group because Seroptimus is working worldwide to bring awareness that this is not just a global issue, but a local issue. We've been here last year, and we've been doing this for 7 years now, putting on a community awareness event to inform and educate citizens of local communities that this heinous crime of human trafficking happens in local communities from coast to coast across the nation and in foreign countries. And it's here in Ventura County. And I just spoke with the DA out in the lobby. There's not been one case prosecuted of human trafficking. So we need to get tough. And I'm asking the County Board of Supervisors to follow in the footsteps of the LA County Board. They
introduced a motion last year to crack down on Johns and to make the arrest from a felon or from a misdemeanor to a felony, crack down on the fines from $1,000 to $10,000, confiscate property if they can't pay their fines, and make public the names of these Johns. These young women that are forced into prostitution, they're not there by choice. They're there because they're forced to. So please, there is now talk about forming a Ventura County task force on human trafficking, and hopefully that will happen. Santa Barbara's already talking about it, and we need to bring it out there. And as local policymakers, that's something that the county can initiate and talk about. We talked about positive effects of the sidewalks and the beauty and safety of people. Well, this all falls into the safety of our community. So we need to make sure that people know what's happening. If they see something, they need to say something. They need to have a place to go. And the other agencies in the county are helping to house victims. The coalition, they help house. There's lots of agencies. We have to work together as a collaboration. And it could start here. You could help pave the way, too. Sherry has a few words to say about our event, too. Thank you.
So this year our event will be on March 6th, Thursday evening. We'll have a march gathering at 5:15 at the First Presbyterian Church on Ivywood and H Street in Oxnard. And then our program and our panel will have an actual victim that was branded like cattle on her neck and forced into sexual slavery for a long time, and she's now been helped, and she's reaching out to help others by speaking. It's hard to get someone to come out and speak in public, so I'm hoping that someone from the County Board of Supervisors, one of you, would have time to just come by for that forum part. Oh, good, thank you. And I would also like to, I think one of the reasons I notice our local website at the district attorney doesn't actually have a link for sexual trafficking. You know how you have to work on not littering and Smokey the Bear, and it's been proven that it takes 30 years to make a change in consciousness and be aware of a situation? Well, I think we need to maybe have like a little bullet point or a link, because on our liveyourdream.org website, you can go there, and if you or someone you know is been trafficked or is being sexually exploited, you can text "Be Free." That's 233-733, or you can contact the National Human Trafficking Resource Center hotline 888-373-7888. And that way you'll hook up 24/7 to a hotline and report and ask for help. We need to have the people that don't want to be doing these things to be able to have somewhere to go. So thank you very much for hearing us out and honoring us with this proclamation.
I just want to thank Debbie and also the rest of the volunteers here, because they're doing an excellent job. Debbie's been doing this for years and years and years, and I can think of as a leader. And I remember the first time back, I can't remember how many years ago, we were over at the Transfer Station Center in Oxnard, about 7 to 8 years ago, and you had an individual there that was sharing what happened to her. But I'm sure that we can probably put a link on the county website and on my website, and I'm sure that the DA is listening to this, and also he can put it in his website. But I want to thank you so much for being here and sharing with us. And I think we want to take a photo of it. And we have a poster here if anybody wants one, and we'll put one in my office too. Do you have any additional?
Thank you.
For the board? How many more do you have?
We have copies.
Yeah.
We have big posters here.
The big poster,
And
we'll give this to you.
I could email everyone to you.
Okay, let's take a photo.
And I know CWDA, state level is very thorough. They're looking at programs for social workers to identify.
Just like the globalization of trade, now there's the globalization of human trafficking. That's what we said.
thank you for your work on this, and appreciate that you keep focused on this and bring it forward to the community. It is on the board's legislative platform. I know that CWDA and our Human Services Agency and law enforcement are certainly aware and working on helping to do early identification and working with the employees to help them to identify cases. So very
They're
aware
coming
of it.
together as a community.
Thank you.
Great project for Sir Optimus to get to
it is.
tackle. You know, it's just great to see the whole organization tackle this. So thank you very much.
And how important it is to let the public know that they can do something. So thank you for giving us that information.
Thank you.
All right, they can do it. Well, they can't do it. Right, okay. So you want to call him up? Well, I call him up, and you want me to just talk to you about it? I'll just talk to you. Okay. Yeah.
APCD.
Okay. Line next. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we're going to do the second hearing, item 22, but item 23, we have our APCD that's supposed to start at 11, and because Supervisor Zaragoza's item took so long there, we're running behind now.
A whole 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's right. But, so item 23, I'm going to ask the CEO, I know you've talked with staff. What's your recommendation, that we postpone this or we go to another meeting?
Well, I defer to either Mr. Zimmerman or Ms. Roy. We could do it this afternoon, or March 4th, I think, is their next meeting. Is that?
All right, if you have time this afternoon, that would be great. And so,
I know we're pretty full, and I know Supervisor Parks has said she may need to leave early.
if that's the case, then we'll postpone it to March 4th.
All right. That's an
March
easy
4th?
step.
Okay,
March work for
good.
everybody? All right, let's
Thank
go to
you.
March, all right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. All right. Our apologies. And Mr. Lund, item 22.
I'd move the recommended action.
Good morning.
On a second read, move
I'll
the
second.
recommended action.
I'll second that motion.
Did you have anything to change or add or do?
No, ma'am, I'm glad you saved me because I didn't want to run afoul of Supervisor Zaragoza, so but I did want to thank you very much for bringing this to our attention. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Ben is caught up already, so he's okay.
I don't want a part of that.
All righty.
Thank you very much.
Here we go.
Mr. Chair, before you break, can you actually do a motion to continue number 23?
Yeah, let's
Sure.
do that. Make a motion to continue item 23 to the March 4th meeting. Is that right, Brian? That motion passes. Call this meeting back to order. And we are at item 27. We still have closed session items that we have to go back into the board, and we have a 2 o'clock time certain that we obviously, if anybody's here for the 2 o'clock time certain, this item will not be done by 2 o'clock. We do have quite a few speakers, so I know people normally think that they're going to have 5 minutes, but we're going to have to cut that down to 3 minutes. So if you could start thinking about your comments and making whatever adjustments you feel like you need to make there. If you hear something that somebody's already said, if you could reference that and instead of taking the time to do that, I think that would be healthy for everybody. So first we want to start with our staff's presentation, but again, while staff is presenting, if you have comments, if you'll adjust your comments down to 3 minutes, we'd appreciate it. Thank you. All right.
Good afternoon, Chair
Good afternoon.
Bennett, members of the board, Mr. Powers. Reddy Pakala with Water and Sanitation Department of the Public Works Agency. Before you this afternoon are the new residential and commercial agreements for your consideration. I see there's a number of speaker cards, so I'll try to limit my presentation to about 10-12 minutes or so. I got it here. Okay, thank you. So as a background, we brought this item before you in April of last year. At that time, we made a presentation, receive and file, and recommended that your board form a 5-member technical review panel so that we can go to work and develop agreements and bring them back for your consideration and approval. At that time, the message was clear to us. Your board wanted the best value, and also your board wanted us to go through a good, transparent process as we develop these agreements. Currently, there are 20 agreements in total, and all of these expire on March 1st, 2014. The technical review panel met 4 times, and they concur with our recommendation in our staff report. In addition to 4 technical review panel meetings, we also had 11 stakeholder meetings in the last 10 months or so, and we sent out 120 invitations to interested stakeholders for their participation. We did have some customers come and participate from Santa Susana Knolls and also from beach communities north of City of Ventura. I'm going to give you some highlights of the new residential exclusive agreements. There are 2 agreements in here. One is a residential exclusive, and the other one is a non-exclusive commercial. We were able to negotiate with the cooperation of our 2 residential haulers, namely GI Industries and Waste Management. We have gone back and forth several times. At the end, these were the benefits we were able to negotiate for the UA customers. The monthly rate reduction of 6.44%, that's a weighted rate reduction of basic services. When we say basic services, we mean a trash cart, recycling cart, and also green waste cart. The monthly rates for these basic services, as you may be aware, are really based on 3 main criteria. One is how much these haulers pay for the disposal cost, whether it's a landfill or material recovery facility, and then you have the transportation costs. That really is the larger driver of this cost for the ratepayers. These transportation costs includes the haulers' trucks, drivers, and how many loads they can pick up for every hour. That's a big factor in there. In those areas where they're remote, hard to reach, we have done some surveys. There may be a large difference between a city route will be picked up compared to our service areas. And lastly, regulatory fee. At this time, we have a county regulatory fee of 13.25%, which is collected based on the total revenue from these haulers. And the other benefits that haulers have agreed to are the second recycling container will be provided at no cost to the UA residents, and the senior discount, a uniform green waste discount, material discount, exemption discount, Christmas tree pickup under the existing agreements. We do not have that for the UA residents, so they agreed to provide this at no cost to the ratepayers. And also in the East County, especially in Simi Valley, City of Simi Valley, we do not have an agreement with them for the UA residents to take their household hazardous waste to these facilities, Simi Valley facilities. So Simi Valley has agreed, and Mike Smith from Waste Management has worked with the city and us, and we are happy to report that our UA residents can take their material to the Simi Valley events. And the benefits to the county under the new residential agreements are, at this time, as most of your offices, you're aware, we organize between 15 to 16 community beautification events. These are organized by our IWMD staff, Integrated Waste Management Division, which is one of the divisions within our Department of the Public Works. And I know your board, we coordinate very closely with your staff. At this time, the IWMD pays for these disposal costs, but haulers have agreed to they are going to be paid themselves. They're not going to charge us for any of the CBEs moving forward if these agreements were approved by your board. And they also have a guaranteed diversion rate as part of these agreements. And lastly, we have bus shuttle stops within UA. At this time, we have, I'm told, about 23 bus stops within Satico and Ohio Valley area. And Transportation Department also told us that they would be expanding this to Oak Park area. Eventually, we might have as many as 50 bus stops. So the haulers have agreed to not charge the county transportation department for these services. Here are other highlights of the agreement. I'm not going to go through each one of them. The next one is what did county offer in exchange for this benefits to the county, UA residents in the county? The haulers, I'm sorry, what county offered? We offered a 10-year agreement to December 31st, 2023. And then we also offered a 2% reduction in fee. That's a regulatory fee I referred earlier. The 2% reduction regulatory fee is 1% is from the waste management fee. At this time, the waste management fee goes towards our IWMD staff. They are the one we manage, organize the solid waste functions for the county. At this time, we have 11 FTEs, that's full-time employees. And through continuous improvement process and also making sure how we can reassign work within our staff, we are recommending to eliminate one FTE. With the additional revenue and this FTE, any revenue loss will be offset by these reductions in our staff. The other 1% collector fee reduction, we are recommending this particular fee at this time is deposited in the general purpose revenue into the CEO budget. Our IWMD staff collects more than $3 million per year in a variety of solid waste related franchise fee. If your board were to approve this, that would mean a reduction of $90,000 per year from the general fund purposes. However, based on our estimates, we are estimating that there'll be additional fee generated because the volume that's going to be increased for this collector fee, and also recently your board has approved a county surcharge fee increase that will offset this reduction in fee within 1 year.
I have a question, Mr. Pacala.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you're looking at the proposing the 1% waste management fee reduction, and because you're going to have a reduction in the FTE and the IWMP staff, so this is proposed to be a 10-year contract. So you're saying for 10 years that there won't be staff needs or increases or warrant any adjustment there? Or
Yes. We have done a 10-year rate analysis. Projection of 10 years, including the retirement increases and other increases that come to us from indirect cost recovery. We have done a 10-year rate projection based on our projections. We believe we will be able to provide the services, services we are providing today.
I have a question about the collector fee, which goes to the general fund. You say that we'll end up revenue neutral because there'll be increased quantity. We projected quantities at the Simi Valley landfill that ended up not coming in anywhere near as much as we thought. How firm are you on your belief on the quantity projections here on the?
Yeah, this is based on the historical. Last few years we had a downturn in the economy, so we have not seen as much. We feel confident with our project. Right now we are only projecting about 2% increase, 2% increase, and also we have the increase, the county surcharge that's coming in that will offset some of the revenue loss. Mm-hmm. That's about $45,000 additional revenue this year.
You said about 2%. Is it 2% or what?
Oh, it says 2.5% increase.
Makes a difference. All right. So you're projecting 2.5% growth in trash, right?
Volume increase.
Yeah, volume exactly. Volume increase. Not sure. Okay.
What does this all mean as far as the residential agreements? It would mean we would see a $2.5 million savings to the UA customers and about $500,000 benefits to County of Ventura. This $500,000 comes from the bus stop receptacle collection and also the CBEs that I have mentioned earlier in my presentation. The next slide shows you how we have divided the county into 16 separate service areas. The County of Ventura total area is about 1,000 square miles. That's compared to the city, 10 cities area of about 190 square miles. The county population is about 97,000. UA population is about 97,000. We have combined these communities so that we can get economy of scale, and also the haulers can pick up with nearby areas that they are doing business within. And also each of the service areas would have its own rate. Again, the rate is based on the three factors I mentioned earlier. The biggest variable of these factors would be the transportation costs, based on how difficult it is to serve, the narrow roads, and how far you have to go up in the hills. That's how these rates are developed and negotiated with the residential haulers. This particular table provides you a summary of all of the service areas, the communities that are served within these service areas. And what I'd like to highlight is the range for the negotiated rates are from $27.40 to $56.84. $27.40 happens to be for Oak Park, and also I'd like to point out this rate is lower than the City of Thousand Oaks rate of $29.05. The highest rate would be for Yerba Buena Mountain, which is $56.84. We believe this is the appropriate rate for this area because of this area is off of Pacific Coast Highway. It's into the mountains. The haulers have to go up into the hills, very narrow roads. So this rate, we believe, is justified for Yerba Buena. Now I will talk about non-exclusive commercial agreements. The difference between non-exclusive, as you are aware, is these are based on open competition. Any hauler or collector who has an agreement within the county may compete for their businesses within the county. The county sets the maximum rate for each of these services. We are not making any major changes in the existing agreements other than clarifying some language, making sure we could easily interpret the agreements moving forward. Based on a questionnaire that we have developed, which I'll go through, we have come up with the 14 commercial haulers for the new agreements.
How many were there before? 14 before?
We had 14 commercial haulers. However, we had one commercial previously. Now we are classifying them as a hybrid because they do both commercial and residential. This is an agreement we have in the Lockwood Valley. Oh. So to answer your question, it was really 13. Now it went to 14. But when I look at the agreements, 14, commercial, one hybrid agreement. Now this questionnaire was developed by us, and then we reviewed with the county council, and we sent it out to all of the haulers that are existing haulers and also any prospective haulers that may be interested in doing business with the county of Ventura. So there are 9 questions, as you saw. It's very small print, so I just printed 4 of them, which I thought was important criteria. Like any agreement we have, the applicant has to comply with the county's required insurance and liability for bond coverage, and the applicant has to do business within Ventura County within last 5 years with other jurisdictions. And also the applicant should have an agreement with others which were not revoked or forfeited in the last 5 or terminated within the last 5 years. And lastly, we also are saying these haulers can only take material from our Ventura County UA areas to the facility that is permitted by the state and meets all the requirements of the permits.
So you don't have to take anything that we take inside our county to inside our county, or we can take it outside the county?
Yeah. The proposal we have is not requiring the haulers to take within the county. That may be a legal issue. We can talk to the county council. That would mean we will do the flow control. Flow control. That means we are telling somebody where they can take their material to. It's considered a flow control. So that's a legal issue. We can ask county council. When I talked to them, they said they need to do further research about the flow control if board were to decide to.
Because in the past, have all of our people taken it out of the county, all the material, or they take it in? Because we have 2 landfills, right, that they take stuff to or whatever, or recycle?
At this time, we have some haulers take out of the county, for example, to Calabasas landfill, and also to Chiquita landfill, not Chiquita, and there's one in Santa Barbara County. They do take it out of the county.
So we're being consistent. We're not changing. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Ready. Before you continue, you said we have 14 commercial haulers, and we added one more from the existing or current haulers.
Yeah. To make it simple, we had 13 commercial haulers. We are adding one. It's total 14 now. Previously, we had one commercial hauler, but we are classifying them as a hybrid because they would do both residential and commercial hauling.
Up in the mountains.
Mountains, Lockwood Valley.
Lockwood Valley. Okay.
Now, as far as the process, we made this questionnaire available to all of the existing haulers and any new haulers that may be interested in doing business with the county. We received another one questionnaire which we deemed that they qualify under these requirements. There's one questionnaire that we denied because they do not qualify under this minimum requirements we placed. And also one other company verbally inquired and decided not to submit an application.
Do you know why they didn't? Do you know why they didn't?
When our staff told them this is what you have to do, they have not done any business within Ventura County the last 5 years. So the term of the new agreements is through December 31st, 2023. Should your board approve our recommendations, they will become effective March 1st, 2014. I'd like to thank several people who have helped us through this process in the last 10 months, especially the IWMD staff, Lisa McCalla and Gloria Silvestri Whitcomb. They both administer our contracts and also they do our state disposal reporting system to the state. They have done all of the needed research and analysis for us as we were going through this process. The negotiating team between the haulers and the county negotiator, we had 3 people who were on this team. That included Scott Powers from CEO's office, Bruce Belusky, IWMD, and myself. 3 of us were on the negotiating team with the residential haulers. Director of Public Works, Jeff Pratt, as you may know, he's on vacation this week. However, along the way, every time we had come up with a proposal, we have presented it to him, and we got his direction and review of the recommendations we bring in front of you today. Of course, we want to thank Harrison Industries and Waste Management for their forthrightness in their negotiations with us on the residential side, and they're also very willing to give us more benefits to our ratepayers and the county. We had, as I said, stakeholders. We also had thanks for all the commercial haulers, existing commercial haulers. We had several meetings with them, And also in the open stakeholders meeting, we invited anybody who is interested in coming to those meetings. And lastly, the 5-member technical review panel, it included Jody Howard from GSA Procurement, Scott Powers from CEO's office, Jeff Bonds from County Council, Bruce Belusky from IWMD, and myself. We're recommending that your board approve 19 agreements and other recommendations of staff report. And that concludes my verbal presentation. I'll be happy to take any questions now or after your comments from the public.
Just ask real quick. When it said all your new agreements through 2023, normally I've seen these also, but do they have a renewal option or something available to them, or is this just a 10 years done? What's the deal?
Yeah, it could be option for renewal, but in our case, we are recommending 10-year fixed term.
Fixed term,
Yes.
okay. I was just curious because sometimes if there's not a renewal opportunity, how does somebody get to the point where there's 3 years left and I've got to buy new trucks and I'm worried about what my contract is? I was just curious if do we have any minimum standards they have to be considered for renewal in this too or something?
Well, at least we feel this way they have a certainty within the contract. The existing contracts, we have had 10 years and 2-year extension.
Yeah, that's I remember seeing reading some of
at the option of the Public Works Agency. That's how it was written. So we did not recommend or we did not approve the extension because we thought we needed to renegotiate these agreements.
Yeah.
But with this 10-year fixed term, we thought there's a certainty on the haulers for sure that they know they have 10 years.
So it's just going to be without an option of understanding that. I just curious by 5 years in or 6 years in or 7 years in, how much do I want to keep investing, not knowing if we're going to negotiate earlier, or we're going to come down to the last minute like this again next time?
Well, typically what we have done in this case is we started our negotiations 2 years prior.
Right, I understand, yeah.
When at the end of 8 years, we started this process. When I said earlier we brought this to your board in April of 2013, we started 1 year before that.
Right.
So typically, I would say you have to start 2 years before talking to the haulers and coming to your board.
Yeah, which is fine. I was just curious. Sometimes in airports or different places, we let people amortize over a period of time. I was just curious what that. But if they've all agreed to it, that's fine. Works out for me. That's fine.
And Mr. McCullough, normally the haulers would know that the contract's going to be up in so many years, so they buy their equipment accordingly, so they can amortize it from. I think what a trash truck is normally, about 5 or 6 years or something like that. But normally they would know to buy the equipment accordingly. Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Bacall? All right, we have many speakers. I'm going to call a speaker, and I'm going to also identify the on-deck speaker. If the on-deck speaker would come down and sit in the front row so that we can move promptly and we don't have too much delay between the various speakers. So the first speaker is Karen Sandvig, and on deck, John Marshall. If John Marshall would come down the front row, we'd appreciate it. Good afternoon, Karen.
Hi, my name is Karen Sandvig. I'm a 20-year resident in Ventura County, and I also work for Crown Disposal. So I just wanted to start with letting you know that we've been working in Ventura County since 2010, so for about 4 years now. We started with a non-exclusive permit in the city of Camarillo, and then also in the city of Thousand Oaks. In June of 2011, we were awarded the exclusive solid waste contract for the city of Santa Paula, at which we've recently received our first 2-year extension, and we're anticipating 2 additional 2-year extensions. So that should take us out through the year 2022. Our diversion rate for the commercial sector exceeds 63%, and our roll-off exceeds 83% diversion. So we're really proud of those numbers. In August of 2011, we started our first, actually, it's the first citywide food waste program in Ventura County with over 100 businesses and some of the schools that are on the program. So we have collected a total of 4,600 tons since then, and we've diverted over 4,200 tons. So that's a 90% diversion rate. So in a nutshell, that equates to over 8 million pounds of food that we kept out of the landfill. And that's a little over 10,000 cars off the road. So that's also a great accomplishment. Crown recognizes the importance of being active and giving back to the communities we serve. Since we began working within Ventura County, we've established partnerships with various organizations, police, fire, Boys and Girls Club, Chamber of Commerce, Rotary Club events, and more. We've also assisted CLU in establishing a community garden in which they grow vegetables. They sell it at the farmers market there on campus, and they also donate it to the food banks. We've recently spent $1.5 million on a parcel of land in the city of Santa Paula, the old sewer treatment plant. It's about 7.5 acres. We are moving forward to start the permitting process to utilize this facility as an anaerobic digester to process our food waste. This process will convert food waste to methane gas, which will provide either CNG or LNG to fuel our clean fuel fleet, which exceeds CARB requirements. We're also going to start permitting a processing facility to process the items and the mixed waste that we collect, as well as C&D and, of course, the food waste that we've already discussed. We anticipate these facilities will create an additional 75 jobs to local residents, so that's an exciting thing for the community. Understandably, our competitors are concerned and would rather see us not awarded a non-exclusive franchise agreement with Ventura County. But our objective is simple: to provide an option to the consumer and to assist the County of Ventura in achieving their diversion goals through state-of-the-art innovative programs, as we have demonstrated in the city of Santa Paula. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. John Marshall, on deck, James Safechuck.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is John Marshall. I have had the pleasure of being general counsel to Crown Disposal for, I hate to say it, over 20 years. I was asked to appear because apparently there have been some questions with respect to some issues that arose with some sister facilities, so I'm here to answer those questions if the board has them. In particular, some issues were raised with respect to the situation of the composting facility that is run by Community Recycling, which is a sister company to Crown Disposal, and that's the large facility located in Lamont in Kern County. And there was a lot of airplay with respect to a situation that happened a couple of years ago, the unfortunate deaths of two persons, one an employee, one not an employee, on the community recycling facility. Deaths are always a horrible thing, and there certainly is no pleasure in talking about those. However, I would point out that several things. One, our community has been in complete compliance with OSHA requirements since then. Two, that facility has been operated for over 20 years with a very high safety record, very few injuries, no major injuries. This was an unfortunate anomaly. There was also a legal proceeding in Kern County with respect to a revocation of the permit for that facility that the Board of Supervisors there acted to revoke the permit for a variety of reasons in November of 2011. However, community, along with its partner, the Lamont Public Utility District, filed a court proceeding, and I'm happy to report that in December of 2013, the Superior Court reversed that decision, so the permit is in full force and effect, and any of the fines that were sought to be imposed were revoked by the court. With respect to the presence of both community and Crown in Ventura County, as Ms. Sandvik has pointed out, there's been a very active presence in several communities, including Camarillo and Thousand Oaks, and I was personally involved in the negotiation and finalization of both the contract with the city of Santa Paula, which has been in place several years, and more recently the acquisition of a large parcel to develop an anaerobic facility to deal with mixed waste in the city of Santa Paula, which over the course of time is estimated to develop 75 jobs. So there's a real presence of Crown in the Ventura County community. Lastly, I would just reiterate Mr. Pacala noting that the key criteria, all of which have been satisfied by Crown, were posting a bond, maintaining a presence within the county within the last 5 years, non-revocation of any previous franchise, and meeting all of the solid waste diversion requirements of the county. So Crown has satisfied, along with the other successful bidders, the requirements imposed by the county.
Thank
Board
you.
Board
Thank
has
you for
any
your
questions,
comments.
I'd be happy to answer.
Yeah, I was going to say your time is up. Thank you
Yes.
for your comments, right?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. James Safechuck, and on deck, John Harvey. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is James Safechuck. I'm here on behalf of CSU Inc., DBA Anderson Rubbish Disposal. I am in agreement with the proposed contract except for one provision, additional haulers. The existing haulers have met or exceeded all of the requirements set forth by the state and the county. We see no need for other trucks upon our road and the additional burden to staff to monitor all of the input from the other company. I thank you very much for your time.
Can I ask you a question real quick,
Thank
sir?
you, Supervisor
Can I ask
Ford.
you a question?
Pardon?
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
How long has Anderson been doing I know in my area Anderson's around. I think they do regular hauling too, don't they? Residential, do they residential in Simi, Anderson?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, and then you do then the roll-off commercial stuff. You've been doing that for a long time. How's I guess you're saying is you don't need anybody else. Part of our deal is we don't like to restrict the business, for people wanting to come into the business. However, we do want to make sure that there's enough business for everybody, and I've heard everybody talking about there's just not as much stuff around, there's not as much collection. Has it been difficult? Is it hard to find enough to keep you up what you used to, the levels of
Yes.
It's just not there anymore?
It's not there. Construction has slowed down, roll-off slowed down, temporary bin service in the unincorporated area of the county. We haul in Simi Moore Park under exclusivities, and even that has slowed down.
Right. Because I'm just curious on that, because you're talking about somebody, they're adding another person or another company here, but one of the things is that at some point there might have been one hauler, then there was 12 and there's 13, but at some point I guess it gets to a point where I just want to make sure we have enough competition that we can get, but at the same time I don't want to put people out of business, and because it's a little different than just the average dentist who says I can go anywhere and get a patient. I understand that. I'm just trying to understand your business though, because I've heard some people tell me that it's just tough to keep everybody working because
Yes,
it's
it
slow.
is.
Okay,
It is
great.
very
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I ask James, can I ask
Yes.
a question too? My understanding is that the service of roll-offs in Ventura County has dropped something like 60%, 60%, where
We haven't gone down quite that low, but it's about 40%.
40%, yeah. And my understanding is that a lot of the companies that are here, existing companies that have been here for a long time, have yards full of roll-offs, and now we're adding another company on top of that. That's going to really not help that businesses or the small businesses anyway.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yeah, myself, as a small business, we're very apprehensive about this because it has slowed down, and we do have containers that are very idle.
So really this is
We've
more...
been around for 20 years in the county and 40 years in business.
So this is more of a need and necessity concern type of operation where there is not enough work for the small companies, and here we're adding more haulers to the mix.
Right, correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. John Harvey, on deck, Rob Bernheimer.
Hi, my name is John Harvey. I'm a resident of the county for 57 years since I was born in Oxnard. We have a cattle ranch out in the Moore Park area. We started about 25 years ago hauling produce out there to feed the cattle, but we also, to keep my trucks, we started hauling trash for the farmers. That's basically what my business consists of, is dealing with a lot of the different farmers since I grew up here and know them. I kind of have to echo, our business has fallen off tremendously. At one point in time, I had 4 trucks on the road. I've got 1.5 trucks on the road now. And so I just wanted to point, I agree with the agreement with the exception of adding the new one. If you got any questions for me, I'd be glad to answer them. If not, I'll sit down.
Just, if I can ask you,
Go ahead.
you're in Moore Park?
Where we feed the livestock is Moore Park.
Right, and then where do you do your hauling from, that area?
A lot of it are from different parts throughout the county. Some of them are in the cities,
Right.
and some are out in the unincorporated area.
All the people that work for you part of this county?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
And like I said, actually, I had 9 employees at one time, and I currently, to operate, we have 4.
All right.
So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, sir. Rob Bernheimer, and on deck, Don Kowalski.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. My name is Rob Bernheimer. I'm an attorney, and I represent a few of the existing 13 haulers in the county. We're here today. We support the overall recommendation, but are opposed to the inclusion of Crown Disposal as a commercial contract hauler. We're not afraid of competition. There are 13 haulers. Some of them are large, some of them are small, some of them are middle-sized companies. Competition drives down rates, it increases quality, and 13 of them, there's plenty of competition out there. What we object to is the corporate culture of Crown Disposal, which really has a long history of violating the rules and laws, which allows them to improperly compete. They drive down their costs by violating the rules, and therefore they can operate at a lower cost. If you just look at their culture over the last 10 years or so, you can see they've owned a couple biomass facilities that have a history of citations and fines. They take in plastics and rubber and burn that in violation of their permits. It allows them to generate more heat, and it allows them to generate more electricity and profit, but it pollutes the environment, and they pay fines, and they move ahead. A little bit more relevant to Crown Disposal, they operated their fleet of trucks without having them inspected, and their diesel engines were spewing pollutants. They got fined $88,000 by the California Air Resources Management Board because they weren't following the rules. When you don't follow the rules, you can drive down your own costs and prices. Would the 13 haulers out there be able to lower their prices if they operated in a way that would allow them to violate the environmental laws, not maintain their trucks, and spew pollutants? Absolutely, they could drive down their costs that way. They don't want to. They don't want to. Obviously, more recently, we heard from corporate counsel that Crown operated a facility that had some gas that ultimately caused the deaths of 2 individuals. That's tragic, but it shows their culture of violating the rules. One of your criteria is that you can't have had a permit revoked. That permit was revoked. Yes, there was a ruling that may have been favorable to Crown last December. I understand that's going on appeal. That's still tied up in court. There were court filings as recently as 2 weeks ago in that case. So that permit was revoked, and that's now still in litigation. I think that means that they violated one of your criteria because they had a permit revoked. So again, the 13 haulers that are here aren't afraid of competition. They want to do it on a level playing field, and they know that Crown has a history of just violating the rules, which doesn't create a level playing field. And once they're in, you're going to have a hard time getting them out. Kern County has been fighting for 3 years. The city of San Fernando, they made a decision. They had to wait till the end of the contract. They recently made a decision to change haulers. People who have fought them before, if you look at the court records, there's 16 judgments in Southern California against that company. Now, everybody who's in business gets sued now and then, but 16 judgments against one company, that shows a lot about what their culture's about. They've had tax liens filed against them. This is not the kind of company that I think Ventura wants to have servicing its citizens and put its citizens at risk from the environmental pollution that we've seen in other jurisdictions that is going to happen here. So we really support everything that staff's done, but we object to including Crown in this process. Thank you.
If I could, your allegation about the violations where they didn't have the trucks inspected and were able to do service, do you have dates in terms of when that happened?
That was 2008. And I can provide you the information from the California Air Resources Board on that. $88,000 fine that they ultimately settled and consented to.
Thank you. My other question, I'll give you an opportunity to answer, but a question for all the speakers today. I will be asking staff at the end of this, what is the level of competition at the various city levels? I know we have 13 haulers. My question is, if they're do the 13 haulers all compete in every city? I don't believe that they do. How many haulers compete in every city? Do we have adequate competition in every city? That's so anybody that wants to offer any insight in your 3 minutes on that, I'll give you an opportunity since you didn't know that during your 3 minutes. But since you represent a number of haulers, what is your view in terms of how much competition exists within each city?
Well, I can tell you that my knowledge isn't specific as to each city, but what we're talking about are 13 haulers that would be allowed to compete in the unincorporated area. I'm not dealing with the ones in the cities. So you have 13 out there that creates competition in the unincorporated area. Of course, the cities are controlled by each individual
So
city.
let me take area. I shouldn't have said city, but let me take area. Let's take the Ojai Valley. How many compete in the Ojai Valley in the unincorporated area? How many compete in the unincorporated area in Somas? How many compete in the unincorporated area
my geographic knowledge wouldn't be able to answer that question.
So, but I want to get it out there so that it's not something that afterwards, it always frustrates me when I'm a speaker and find out there's something that was important that I would love to have had a chance to answer and not known that in advance. So I'll give Crown an opportunity to answer that question also at the end of this. Okay.
Can I ask
Supervisor
Foy? You said you're representing a group. What is this group?
I represent a few of the 13 haulers. JTZ, JTZ, which is a Zakara roll-off, JT's Rubbish, as well as H Cattle.
Oh, okay. So they just got together and asked you to make a presentation instead of them
Correct.
doing it individually?
And I've represented waste haulers and recyclers throughout California for about 20 years.
Okay. So you're
very familiar with the
when you come in and talk, you're just not somebody saying this. You come with some background and expertise in this business.
That's correct. My home base is actually in the desert. I've done some work out here before, and they asked me, because I know my knowledge in the industry, to come and speak to this.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, wait a minute.
Rob,
I have a
the question I had was, you were sharing with us that Crown Management had quite a few safety violations and health violations and so forth. Do we have a list? Do you have a list of those violations that you can share with us later on? Or?
I absolutely can. And I can also point you to the source documentation for it.
And the 2 deaths that happened, where did...
That was their facility in Kern County. I think Corporate Council spoke to that. That was their sister company, Community Recycling.
Community Recycling. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Don Kowalski, and on deck, Nan Drake.
Good afternoon, Board. It was a couple of years ago that Supervisor Foy brought the agencies to our homeowners meeting, and I got the opportunity to meet Jeff Pratt, and he encouraged us to get involved in the process that you're in today for the contract renewal. And our beef was that we were paying almost double what Simi Valley residents were paying, and though we had no beef in our service, GI Rubbish are amazing and service us very well and unbelievably on the small roads that we live on, and we're very grateful. But we felt that the price comparison between the two and the fact that our pickup was less than theirs, we get green waste and recycling on alternative weeks and no senior discount, that maybe there could be some adjustment to our rate, which seemed pretty high. And we obviously, over the many years that we've had that rate, have obviously paid off our truck modifications, which we understood were necessary for our community. So here we are today, and Mike Smith has been amazing. He called me before he left for his conference to tell me that you guys with your wonderful staff have worked out a better deal for the Knolls, and we're grateful for that and hope that today you'll be able to make this a reality for us, because it would be great. Thank you so much.
We don't get very many of those kind of comments. So
I was going
to
say, Don, so you're, you guys can be demanding, but you're happy with how things have turned out?
Well, we're not always happy, as you well know.
No, I know.
But the last time we were here, we were exceedingly happy, and we hope you'll be happy today.
But you're happy with this, and Waste Management, GI Rubbish, and the county have come...
GI Rubbish do a fantastic job.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. And the county's come up with the right deal for you?
And the county, Gloria and Lisa, have been amazing. Gloria's ridden on the trash trucks. I mean, they've gone above and beyond. So
okay, wonderful. Thank you.
All right. Nan Drake, on deck, Jim Harrison.
Nan Drake, Harrison Industries. I'm not really here to beat anybody up. We've worked hard and long to get a contract that we're all happy about. One of the basic rules, I think, that makes this county so successful is the teamwork from the cities and from the county that made us probably #1 in California. Trust is an important factor. We are so trustful that we signed 2 contracts without the attachments. And then we got the attachment and went, well, they added another hauler. We didn't know they were going to do that. Knew they talked about it, but we didn't know a decision had been made and that it was going to be brought before the board. And talking about trash and talking to you guys, I just feel like I'm preaching to the choir. We've talked about it for many years. We've reached all the goals that were set in front of us. We have many more in front of us. AB 32 is looming. It's 6 years away. AB 341, I think the contract changed in San Fernando Valley because of AB 341. People need to be educated. Commercial businesses have to understand how to recycle. Can't be just mandated, so you have to go and you have to talk to them. You have to make sure that they are, again, part of this team that we have all put together. And I don't need to talk to you about money. You know, the haulers are expected to do more with less money. We have not negotiated one contract where we hadn't given a little back to the cities or to whoever. At the same time, the goals are higher and higher. What's expected are higher and higher. The costs go up, the bottom line goes down. So what I'm really here to say is, do we really need someone else? This someone else, would they be taking business away from the existing haulers? Do they have some new businesses they're going to bring here? We have 400 employees. And this really isn't about competition. The trash industry is a different animal. It really is. Once we got so highly regulated, it sort of took away the competition. City of Ventura has an exclusive franchise with us. You can't be a commercial hauler with an unscheduled roll-off in Ventura. Each city is different. Each city approaches how they want to get to their goals. Most of them want to be green. Most of them want to be environmental. And to do that, we have to work as a team. And you have created an incredible team in this county. And I think adding another player is not needed. And I just think we should move forward with a contract and have our existing haulers continue to do what they do best. That's recycle and meet the goals and also give to the community. I don't need to talk about the Harrisons and what they do for the community. If people don't know about it, they don't live in Ventura County. Thank you.
Could you want to try to answer the question about competition in the various areas, or is there somebody else from Harrison's that wants to try to answer that? How much competition in Ojai, unincorporated area? How much competition in Somas, unincorporated area?
I would really rather have somebody else answer that. In Ojai, we have exclusive franchise for residential, and I believe we have an exclusive franchise for specific roll-offs if you have a roll-off every week or a bin every week. But that's not my form of expertise.
Great. Thank you.
If I could ask you a question, you were very complimentary to the cooperation with the county and Reddy's office.
It's the only way it works.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I've heard that, and I know from Reddy's standpoint and all of them, they wanted to try to find a way, because this board wanted to try to find a way to make it all work with our current people who've been, like you said, the Harrisons, who give so much to the community. But also, at the end, we still have to make sure that the residents, the ratepayers, are getting a good rate, and we're doing that. It sounds good. But at the same time, it sounds like this is kind of one of the most unique things in the world. I was talking to one ex-city manager, and I said, the haulers are giving up some money. He goes, well, in this day and age, that's probably right. But the county's giving up a couple bucks here. He goes, that doesn't happen. What happened? This seems like a real team effort to make sure these ratepayers are getting the best of best. And you hear what's going on in the Knolls. And I'm just excited to hear that kind of a thing, because a lot of times this can be somewhat contentious, but I just appreciate you being open about the cooperation that was here.
It is. When you negotiate a contract, there's give and take. In Thousand Oaks, about extra time. For us, time is money. How we borrow money from the banks is by our contracts, and we're looking at a huge investment. Yeah. Environmental Park could cost up to $26 million. Wow. We're here to stay. We want to make sure that we can stay here and make a little bit of profit.
Right. Well, it's almost, you said something earlier, which is interesting to me, because as we've seen this regulation, county, state keeps that, you've almost become like utility, haven't you?
We are.
In a sense, you're like a utility,
so
like the PUC or something else. It's so regulated that it's almost that way. It's interesting you say that.
Well, your
because-
investment, just
Yeah.
think about the investment of the haulers that are here. All of them have yards, they have trucks. The trucks from at one time were probably $60,000. They're probably $200,000 now. We're building a CNG station. We had built an LNG station 6 years ago. Now CNG is preferred fuel, and we can know that we can make biodiesel. So we're doing that. So it takes money to stay on top of this game, and it takes partnerships.
Oh, it's interesting to talk about. Well, anyway, I appreciate your kind comments to the department for their hard work and
Thank you.
You guys working
Yes,
together.
John?
Mr. Chair, yeah, Nan, has your business gone down with the roll-off for the container business?
Absolutely, it's 40%. He was correct.
40%?
Lynn Harrison emailed me pictures, and I didn't have time to get them to you. We have a yard we bought property from the Ortiz brothers, who were haulers. It is full of roll-off containers.
And that's over in Saticoy?
Double stacked
Of roll-offs?
of roll-offs.
Yeah, and the other thing that I'd like to commend you because you give a lot to the community. You give a lot to Ventura, to the whole county for that matter. And I happened to be over at the Saticoy Boys and Girls Club where I went over with Supervisor Bennett for the ribbon cutting of the Boys and Girls Club there in Saticoy. And I'm not sure if you guys have $1 million or whatever it was. I can't remember what it was, but that type of community service is just outstanding,
In Santa Clara Valley, this coming Saturday is the Boys and Girls Club auction. Harrison's not only bought the head table, we also bought an extra table, and we're a lead sponsor.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Jim Harrison. On deck, Chuck Cohn.
Jim Harrison, Harrison's Rubber Service. There's not too much more to say. I'm very pleased with the residential agreements that have been negotiated. All the latest things have been included in this new agreement. Way back 9 months ago, the county had a study, and before we started renegotiating these new contracts for the next 10 years, and their goals were to obviously rate and lower the administration costs, possibly reduce the number of commercial haulers, standardize procedures, which we've accomplished in negotiations. I received last week a copy of the new agreements that were completed. For my signature, I went to the website to get the agenda for today's meeting, and much to my surprise, the county is recommending an additional hauler commercially. The county has been in the business of trying to reduce the number of haulers for many, many years. Here, 3 or 4 years ago, I purchased Republic Industries in Ventura County, and one of the things I had to do was give up the permit because the county is in the process of reducing permits. Then to have them say they want to increase permits, I was very startled by that, especially when it was not discussed. I think during our study, it was determined that the service in the county was good, the rates were good, the waste reduction efforts were good. I think people are happy with the commercial haulers we currently have, and the county decided to maintain the current number, and I was happy about that. Nan mentioned the business. What's going on right now in the county is the county area is getting smaller. We're going through an annexation right now in El Rio. We're starting one. It'll be completed next month in Santa Paula. We had a very large one last year in Montalvo, so we continually lose business to the county. So the area is getting smaller, not larger. And I think due to 6 years of bad economy, roll-off business is down 40%. The question you asked, I think if you were in the C&D, that's a commercial, industrial type of demolition, basically you'd be out of business the way the economy is. And then to add a hauler at this time is only going to hurt the people here, particularly the small people. There's one question that came up here a minute ago was, if you have a commercial permit in Ventura County, you can work anywhere in Ventura County. I have one in Ojai. I can work in Simi. I can work anywhere in the county with a commercial permit. That was one of the questions that you asked her just a few minutes ago. So you're not limited on the commercial.
I agree you're not limited. I want to know in reality, what is the competition? Some of these, somebody says I have 1.5 trucks running. Yeah. They're not competing all the way around the county, so I just want to get that.
bad service, pricing, all those things invite competition. And I don't think the pricing's bad, and I don't believe the service is bad. And I think that was determined during negotiation and during the study by the county. That there's not service problems, there's not rate problems.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
On deck, Chuck Cohen. Speaking as Chuck Cohen, and on deck is David Hare. Afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, Chuck Cohen, representing Crown Disposal. First, let me say that I have nothing but the highest of respect for the operations of the Harrison Company and Waste Management. They've done a great job in this county, and they've done it for a long period of time. I'm a little put back by the fact that I think under a football parlance, one might say there's some piling on here, piling on the Crown position in this staff recommendation. And it seems incongruent to me that a company as successful as Harrison and these folks would find competition, however they wish to not state it, is a concern for their operation, having Crown be a part of this. Crown is a part of Ventura County. It's been here for several years. It has a ongoing contract with and service in Santa Paula. It has an independent contract with the city of Thousand Oaks. So it's not as if they are a stranger to our paradise, because you folks all know that I concur on that. I just don't see how your body could be used for the purpose of reducing, minimizing, or avoiding competition. It seems to me that competition, the marketplace, is the fulcrum of business in this country, and to attempt to protect people on the premise that competition is bad, it makes no sense to me, frankly. There's been a number of allegations that have been cited that I'm frankly not conversant with to be able to rebut. Mr. Marshall is here. He can do that. It would seem to me inappropriate for this body to put aside a fair application for being treated evenly, as staff has done, based upon allegations that have popped up today. Now, that I've got to believe that your staff has done research. I've got to believe that Santa Paula would not have entered into this contract approximately 2 years ago without having done research and without having been satisfied. And to the best of my knowledge, Crown has operated very successfully and with a lot of good feelings coming out of the city of Santa Paula in particular. So I would think that if there's to be any kind of deviation from the staff recommendation, that this body should take a recess and follow up on those allegations to make certain that they are not matters of past history, that they're current, that they have a negative effect upon the ability of Crown to serve the citizens of this county. And if they do not, and if they are simply a good operator and they're being singled out because of that, you should know that before you make a decision. I appreciate the opportunity to
Thank
speak.
you. Supervisor
Chuck,
Zaragoza.
just one question.
Sure.
Does Crown Disposal service the entire city of Thousand Oaks?
No, it does not.
A portion of?
Crown serves a very minor part. Thousand Oaks went through a hearing at which time I had the opportunity to get to know Crown because I was called in to assist them. Thousand Oaks felt totally satisfied with the exclusives that they provided to Harrison.
So do they provide commercial and residential, or both?
And so Crown has a minimal contract.
Just a small
with that
portion.
city. Yeah. but I still don't know of any negative implications. What really took place in that public hearing was the Thousand Oaks City Council said, we've got really good haulers, we'll stay with them. And that meant Harrison and Waste. And we walked away with our heads held high and recognized that the city had that right to make that
It's a
change.
small portion of Thousand Oaks. Okay.
Can I slide that over?
Thank you.
Thank you. David Hare, and on deck, Bill Camarillo.
Good afternoon, David Hare, President of Farm Share Organics. Mr. Bennett, if I could, Supervisor Bennett, maybe try to address your question before I get started. I think some of the concerns here is waste haulers are kind of like pizza companies in that they can only sort of compete within a certain area away from their home base. Wouldn't make sense if you owned a Domino's in Oxnard to try to deliver pizzas up in the Lockwood Valley. So I think what some of these haulers are really concerned with is that in certain areas of the county where most of them are based and they are sort of overlapping each other, that you do have as many as 13, in this case could be potentially 14 haulers competing on certain prices. And I think they're concerned that there is almost that 13 is a lot, 14 is probably even more. I'll get started on my time. If that answered, I hope that sort of answered a little bit of your question on potentially if I'm in the unincorporated area in between Camarillo and Oxnard, and I could choose from actually probably any of the 13 waste haulers. But again, we're in Camarillo. If I was in Lockwood Valley and I called H Cattle Company, they would say, I just can't drive my truck all the way up to I can't spend $200 in gas to pick up a bin that's worth $150. So I think, if you want to start my time, I think the 13 haulers right now actually, are doing a good job. The reason I'm here today is that the 13 haulers have actually kept material local. So for folks like me who are providing compost to local farmers and helping John Harvey locate food waste for his cattle, it is really essential that we keep this material in the county. Our farmers right now, we're headed into a drought. Our farmers need this compost. Access to compost could be the only one thing, or that certainly helps us sort of stave off the effects of this drought that we're in, that they're talking about could be a 200-year drought. Maybe it could be the one thing that saves agriculture. I can speak on behalf of John Harvey. We've been working with him. The drought has really impacted cattle ranchers. They have nothing, their cows have nothing to eat. So what the cattle ranchers have been forced to do is to use agricultural byproducts, the heads of, the bottoms of lettuce, tops of carrots, things like that. Things that they normally wouldn't feed to cattle because they'd be grazing on grasslands are now actually essential and vital for these cattle ranchers to stay alive. So what I wanted to talk about real quickly was that the 13 local guys have done a good job in keeping things local. When they do keep things local, I got to talk real quick about money, which is everyone's favorite topic sometimes. When a waste hauler delivers material to my facility, I'm located in Ventura County, that waste hauler is paying about $1 a ton to the county to pick it up and to bring it to me. I then pay another $1.50 a ton to the county. So when we keep material local in the county receives about $2.50 a ton. If it goes outside of the county, you're probably going to get about 80 to 90 cents. So what we're concerned about, or what I'm concerned about, is eventually those numbers add up. We're talking about thousands and thousands of tons. If you're $100,000 at the end of the year under budget, what happens? You have to raise that fee. Who's going to have to pay that fee is the hauler, and when the hauler starts paying that additional fee, they're almost being penalized by keeping the material local. And so then when you're in a saturated market with 13 or 14 haulers, and you're trying to keep it local, and you're trying to do the right thing, and you're trying to help out farmers, and you're trying to help out guys like John Harvey, you could lose a job over $3 or $4 a ton. That's $25, $30 a bin. You could easily lose that job to somebody who is hauling the material out of the county. And I know there's flow control issues, but maybe what we could, if the board could maybe consider something where there would be a rebate or some sort of special recognition, maybe a percentage discount off of their fee if those haulers do keep that material local, and that way you can keep the revenue coming from facilities like mine and Agerman and John Harvey's facility, and make sure that we have a fair and competitive open market in the unincorporated area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Bill Camarillo, and I believe that's our last speaker. Whoop, here we go. You're on
deck. Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors. I don't want to give any more press to a hauler that's not from Ventura County, so I really want to talk about the teamwork that did take place here with the staff and the companies that work and live in Ventura County, and for you to recognize that Ventura County is a leader in this state in moving the ball forward on managing its waste stream in its county. We don't need help from an LA County waste hauler who's looking to go somewhere else because he can't do a good job down south. LA County, LA City is not expanding its franchise agreements for waste haulers. They have 240 today, and they're shrinking it to 11. And the reason that is on the commercial side is because when AB 939 started, the residential was the first part of the waste stream to go after because it was a large part you can control and we could get it recycled. And the commercial got left kind of behind. Well, then AB 32 comes along, and part of the scoping plan is to mandate commercial recycling. Without time, price, and volume, no one can invest in managing those waste streams. We try to use the existing infrastructures to do so. Waste is not a normal business. It's now more part of a utility type business, just like being in the bus system or being in the harbor or other places where you have to invest millions and millions of dollars in infrastructure to manage these waste streams responsibly and with all the regulations that we have to deal with, both on the air side now, the wastewater side, the land use, environmental health. We serve as part of a public health and safety service business. And it's your choice to decide who you want to work with. And I think we have been great teammates in Ventura County. We all live here and work here. All our employees live here and work here. And we have solved our own waste stream within our county. I can tell you that the tons that might be picked up by a 14th collector facilities are in LA County and Kern County. So what are the environmental impacts of moving that waste stream all the way back to those locations to get managed instead of using the existing infrastructure that has been invested in by all of the competitors within Ventura County? I compete in multiple counties: LA County, Orange County, Ventura County, Santa Barbara County, Monterey County, San Diego County. I know what it's like to compete in an open market on the product side of the business. But without a commitment from the cities and the municipalities on the recycling side, there's no way we can put the infrastructure in place to manage this material correctly, in compliance, without creating a public health and safety issue. Competition will drive down prices, maybe enhance quality a little bit, but you could bet in order to compete, everybody's going to drop to a lower level, not a higher level. And Ventura County is about best value, not lowest price. And I think it's your choice for us to pick the team that you want to take us into the next century, not go backwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Lynn Harrison. Huh? Oh. I thought that was Lynn Harrison. That's not.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Lynn Harrison from E.J. Harrison & Sons. I just stepped up here to answer your question.
Great,
on
thank
behalf
you.
of the company. In the East County, Thousand Oaks, Newberry Park, West, that area, the majority of the haulers compete in that area currently. So there's a number of around 10 haulers out of the 13. In Oxnard, Camarillo area, you're looking at 7 to 8 on a regular basis. Ojai, 6, and Santa Clara Valley about the same. And Nan wanted me to mention something that she forgot to say. We had gone up to Santa Barbara County a few years back. Nan went up there, Tom Sherody, I don't know if anybody remembers Tom, and pretty much got run off because they were set in their infrastructure and the way things were, and they didn't feel like it was broken. They didn't want to add anybody. It was the Board of Supervisors also.
Ask you a question. Does that go back to what Mr. Camarillo was saying, where LA went from this many down to this many? They're just give us the quality ones we want, and then just lets us do business. Is that what you're kind of what you're having in Santa Barbara too, or whatever? Okay.
Yeah, they had a system in place, and they didn't want to change it.
Mr. Chair, so Lynn, in Santa Barbara, they have so many haulers that are there. They're haulers.
Yeah, they had a set number.
Santa Barbara. You guys wanted to go in and say, hey,
not adding anybody else.
we're not adding anybody else. We have enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Dan Pankow. I don't know if I pronounced that right.
Yeah.
Pankow, sorry. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to hit on a couple issues. I'm a Ventura County resident, a product of Cal State Channel Islands here in Camarillo, and I also am a representative from Crown Disposal. There were a few things that I noticed in the previous presentations here. I do sales in the city of Thousand Oaks and also in Camarillo, and I've noticed actually an uptick in roll-off bins the last 12, 16 months. So I'm not sure where the 40% reduction number came from, but I've actually seen a little bit more business in regards to construction and demolition. We are not here to put any sort of small companies out of business. We're here for some competition with the residents. Our focus is on the waste streams that are currently being landfilled, such as the agricultural plastic. We have been encouraged by county staff to help with these plastic items, and that's something that our company can do. We've invested over $1 million in our local facilities, especially in Santa Paula, to treat these sorts of waste streams. And we feel like we can serve some of the special needs here in the county that maybe some of these other haulers may not be able to offer. That's all.
Great. Thank you very much. Do you, as a representative from Crown, do you have any comments about the amount of competition, or is there anybody else from Crown that wants to who wants to comment on that?
I mean, I mainly represent the Thousand Oaks, Camarillo areas. I see lots of competition from all the various companies, and a lot of times those city contracts are set up where if you're a temporary hauler, you can provide service throughout the whole entire city. It would be the same with the county, so I'm not sure about that.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I believe that might be the last speaker, right? That's it. We're going to close the public hearing at this point in time, open up to the board members for questions of staff, and then our discussion about where we want to go here. Does anybody have any questions for staff?
I was going to say, if Reddy has any comments, because I think there's been a lot of things that were said there.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. One question that was asked of us was, how did we come up with the growth rate? I mentioned you've used about 2.4%. We took that from the State Department of Finance. According to them, it's between 2015 through 25. That's the number they have published. That's the number we used in our growth projections when we did our estimates for the waste management fee and how we are going to make up the difference. As far as the process and whether what's the correct number of haulers for a given community, that has been very challenging for us. We discussed quite a bit. What's the right number? Is it 13 is the right number? 14 is the right number? So we looked around, we talked to other jurisdictions, and what we learned is, I guess LA County has 44 commercial haulers. Kern County has 13 commercial haulers, whereas Santa Barbara has only 2 commercial haulers. So it's all over the map. We could not really come up with a number that we could justify to your board. That's the reason we went.
Who has 2?
Santa Barbara.
Santa Barbara. So that's the reason we went through the process we went through. We thought it was transparent and open process. That's what we brought forward.
Question for you. Do you know of any areas in the county where there is not sufficient competition? I know you talked about looking at others to try to figure it out, but I mean, are there at least 3 or 4 every place in the county as was represented?
I don't know the answer.
You don't know that answer, right? Well, it looks like staff does here, right?
Good afternoon, Bruce Beluski. Just to answer that question, and to my knowledge, we do have adequate competition throughout the county with the exception of one area. That's the northern part of the county, currently served by Mountainside Disposal, and that's the Lockwood Valley area. It's very, very remote and very mountainous, very rural. And so a lot of our waste haulers, because of the tremendous cost and the lack of concentration of business, there's not a lot of haulers that really desire to serve that area, so that's why we have the one. And as Mr. Pacala mentioned, one of the agreements is a hybrid agreement, and so it's an agreement for both residential and commercial because of those conditions.
Sure. But every place else, in your opinion, there is a fair amount of competition.
In my opinion, yes.
Thank you very much. Anything else, Supervisor Foy? I mean,
I was just going to say,
Supervisor
I guess, Bruce, what you're saying
Foy
up there,
and
it's,
Zaragoza.
we're just fortunate to have somebody up there because it's kind of just
Absolutely. And as a
well,
result,
I mean, it's you know, somebody trying to make a living, they probably do something else, I guess.
you know, absolutely. As a matter of fact, that hauler comes from Kern County.
Oh, okay.
And there are certain additional benefits to that agreement in order to entice him to continue to service that area. So, yeah, it's not an area where people are clamoring to provide service.
Yeah, people want to try to make a buck, I guess they can. So.
Exactly.
Well, great, thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, you know, I just want to thank all the speakers and also staff and Reddy Pacala for. I don't have any problems with approving the residential or the hybrid residential portion of the contract. One of the concerns that I have is, and I don't want to single out Crown Management, but disposal, excuse me, but because they met the minimum qualifications, the concerns that I have is the safety concerns, safety violations that were shared with the by I think it was Rob, one of the attorneys that they there's been a couple of people have died. I don't know in an accident. There's fines. There were sanctioned against Community Recycling, which is one of their subsidiaries. Some safety violations. Kern County went and the Board of Supervisors went and stopped their operation. It was appealed. Now they're back in an appeal again. And there's really numerous concerns that I have regarding their safety, program that they have and violations. And also, I think I would like to have those vetted a little bit closer. And then additionally, it was mentioned by some of the haulers, there's no additional businesses being open here in Ventura County. There's no growth in the unincorporated areas. And there's a 40% reduction in roll-offs, you know, from the haulers and so forth. So I have a lot of concerns, you know, of adding additional haulers to Ventura County. Santa Barbara has two, and they told the Harrison, say, go back to Ventura County. We have our own people here, and I have those concerns, you know, that hopefully would have put quite a few of the small businesses out of business, the small haulers out of business. The big concern that I have is the safety record of Crown Disposal, and I would like to have more information on that issue. So at this time, I do think that we ought to approve the residential and the hybrid residential portion of it, and have some more information regarding the safety issues of Crown Disposal.
Well, I'd certainly like to move ahead to approve the residential recommendations that are before the board on these contracts. I think that staff did a great job, I believe, in the vetting of this. I think that they appreciate all of the public comments. I don't wish to we're not sitting here as judges on anybody's prior actions or contracts in other areas, but I think that the concerns raised by folks in this room merit at least consideration and thinking through additional actions. But I think if we could break the action before us apart and see if there's at least agreement on the residential solid waste collection agreement component first, and then whatever other questions we may have on the commercial side, we could put them together in a package or put forward for further review or questions.
That's right.
So that sounds reasonable.
Supervisor Foy.
If I could make a comment. Yeah, I do. It sounds like the staff and everybody's worked really well for the residential, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the uniqueness of the government and private sector and Reddy's group coming together and making this all work for everybody. And I love the idea that Knowles have got what they finally wanted in their stuff, and it's really been good, and they're talking wonderful things. That's all great stuff. On the other side, the commercial stuff too is, I want to make sure that nobody understands, I'm not against competition. That's not my deal. I'm going to tell you, I sent an article to Reddy almost a year ago about issues. So this is not an issue for me right now. This is an issue I sent to Reddy a year ago saying, hold it. I've been here back then, 6.5, almost 7 years, and I've never heard a complaint. I've never heard an issue about hauling, commercial, any of that stuff. All I said is, what's on the front of the LA Times or Daily News, I don't think we need that in our area. So I want people to understand that's my issue here, is that we don't need to bring any of that kind of stuff into and we're going to have problems. We don't need that kind of stuff. We've done a good job. I think this county prides itself on having the right people do the right work, make sure we don't have issues, we don't have that kind of stuff go on. So just from my standpoint, I just want people to understand this is not a right now issue. It's not about this contract. It's about something Reddy and I talked about it almost a year ago of an issue. So I think it's important that we have the right haulers. The other thing that really struck me, gentleman came up and said, hold it, we got cattlemen that need this stuff in here. We don't want to lose that. And I don't know if we're not, all the other haulers haul into this county, and I think that's a critical issue for us, that we keep that, and we're using that because it sounds like it's been an emergency situation for some people. So, and then at the end, when people are talking about and Santa Barbara's kicking us out and LA County's cutting us down, well, okay, are we on a trend that they want to make sure that, going back to what Mr. Camarillo said, they had the right people that had the right investment to do the right thing because of all the requirements, not just that we put on, but the state is putting down here that we must do certain things and have that. And so we got to make sure that all these businesses can comply to that. The worst thing you want to be out there is somebody that didn't make enough money and somebody's cutting it down and all of a sudden they're dumping something in some field. I don't want to get into that situation. That's it. So at some point, this is not like just a regular commercial business, and I'll open up and try to see if my fast food will beat your fast food, and we'll try to all make money. And it's a little bit different because of this investment. And we in the county do that. We go to the airport and we say, look, we want this big investment. We want you to do this kind of stuff, and you want me to do it, you've got to give me a long-term contract that I can amortize that over. And that's one of the questions I was asking about the 10 years in renewal, because we're asking a lot about the equipment, the trucks, the requirements the state's going to have. We do the same thing in the harbor. So these are that kind of a commercial contract, and I think it's the same thing that happens in the PUC about all the investment you're going to make. So we got to be careful about that, and I want to be careful that all these other businesses, I don't want to use the word protected. I want to use the word they have the ability to be competitive and make sure they survive. And some won't. Some will say, this isn't right for me. Buy me up. I'm out. Somebody else is buying me. That's true. But anyway, going back to that, I think we could do the commercial haulers thing now, and then we already have 12, 13, 10.
You mean residential
I'm sorry.
now?
No, do the residential
hybrid.
now, but I'm also saying we could do the commercial and just exclude the one and let them come back and prove this other issue. I don't want to put these other guys at risk. The other 12 or 13 or 14 that have been out there. I don't know if we can do that or not, if we can bribe them up by 10 or 12, or if that's legal or not to do. But I just don't want to. The other guys have been working here, but we're going to ask somebody else to come in, and we got to go through and vet some other issues, because what we're saying then, it sounds like, is let's vet it all out. But if it takes a week, a month, 6 months, the other people are kind of sitting there with, what do I do if I've got to invest in here and you guys are telling me no? I don't know what's going to happen. Anyway, that's my issue with it. So Great. If we do both.
I appreciate what I've heard here from the board members. I think it's just important that we craft the proper motion to be able to do this. I don't think it takes a long period of time, but I think we want to make sure that we identify the correct reasons for what it is that we want to do. So I think the appropriate motion for us would be to accept the residential contracts and to direct staff, I'm going to word it, I'm going to read it exactly how I think it should come. Direct staff to examine whether non-exclusive commercial collectors should be limited to those currently under contract with the county for the benefit of the public's interest and welfare, which I think captures some of the things you're talking about. I have concerns about the local waste stream and the infrastructure and all that, and return with recommended commercial contracts for approval consistent with staff findings. I think that's where this should go, and I think that's overall where this should go. I have one other thing I want to add, but I'm going to read that one more time, just so, because I know our clerk does a good job of trying to get it in. So, include the hybrid one too. Sure. The hybrid one would be with the residential, yes. So directs, you want to approve the residential and hybrid contract. Direct staff to examine whether non-exclusive commercial collectors should be limited to those currently under contract with the county for the benefit of the public interest and welfare. Should be limited to those currently under contract with the county for the benefit of the public interest and welfare, and return with recommended commercial contracts for approval consistent with staff findings. And this is the other thing that has not come up yet, but I'd like to get a feel before we actually vote on a motion and see whether to include this or make this a separate motion. She might too. But I am concerned about the 2% reduction that we have there. I can appreciate, and I know we had some questions about that, but it's based on, we think that there's going to be no net cost to the county based on 2.5% increase in volume. I'm not, if those projections come true, it's one thing. If those projections don't come through, then there is going to be some cost involved. I appreciate that we should try to drop our rate some. I just think the 2% drop, I'd like to see it be a 1% drop.
Is that the 90,000?
What's that? Yes, right. It'd be a 1% drop, and I would like to. I know that this is a contract, so for us, so I would like to identify that that's the board's. That's what the board would like to have in the contracts, and that the staff explore that as they explore bringing these back. I know the question that Supervisor Foy talked about in terms of everybody wanting to know. I don't think we can just do it right now. I don't think that would be the appropriate thing for us to just say the 13 and exclude a 14th.
Because let me just ask Reddy real quick. Well, do we put a issue with any of the other 10, 12, 13 haulers if we don't approve something now? Does it?
No, we could extend the existing commercial agreements while we are doing further research and coming back to your board.
Right. We don't have a March 1st deadline. County Council says we have 2 years for that.
Okay.
And I don't think this would take a long time for them to be able to do this. Well, how long do you think it will take? I mean, to do the first part of what we were talking about, which is do this evaluation and come back.
The 90 days, right?
90 days seems reasonable to me, Supervisor.
I think that would give us some more time.
That's what.
Can you do it sooner than that?
Or sooner?
We'll try to bring it within 60 days.
Okay, all right, great. And it's one of those, try to do it, and if you can pull that off in terms of having that reviewed. So I'd like to throw that out, the other part out for the discussion, and that is the 2%, cutting the 2% reduction down to 1%. So other supervisors have a thought on that. I think that the impact on it still has us dropping our rate. But I think it gives us some cushion there. I think that there are quite a few things. I know we have, every time I go to roads and say, our office goes and says, we have couches that are dumped on the side of the road, et cetera. Our roads department says they'll get to it when they can, but they don't have the budget to be able to move fast in terms of that. Other supervisors, your thoughts?
And we do have the dumping that we need those dollars for.
Yeah, we do have a dumping. We do have a dumping problem. That's just one of the things.
And we're okay with that, County Council adding that as part of the recommendation anyway. Right?
Well, it would be something that it would go back, and we would have to Now,
Yeah,
does
we're going to
that-
have to go
but
back
that's
and raise
actually-
fees and
But
everything
that
else to do
influences
that.
the residential
We can't be
contracts,
doing
is that
that.
right? Yeah.
Yeah,
So that influences the residential contract. So the
Yeah.
question is whether we can change the,
Yeah, I was going to say,
do we hold up the residential contracts to make that? Can we make that change? Do we have to have everybody's approval?
I don't think, I think you guys have worked it out. You found a deal. The CEO's office was good with it. I think we should just go with it. And we're making up money.
Okay, I'm
Right
bringing it up.
now,
If
remember, in
no other
redevelopment, things
supervisors
are coming in a
support it,
little more than we thought. There's other monies coming in, and I think this is great for the ratepayers. I mean, we're talking, if you can't have a $2 billion budget, we're about $100,000. It's not that.
What is your rationale on that?
Chair, if it's only 1% reduction, we have to go back and renegotiate the rates that we have. Everything will change. So that's what has to happen.
Yeah,
Okay. I mean, we don't have,
let's go with staff recommendation.
Leave that way it is and then move forward.
Yeah.
all right.
So let's
Okay.
make
I think-
the first motion that we approve the residential
Okay.
contracts.
Well,
Can
I think,
Mr. Chair, can I just for procedurally
Sure.
to get the motion? As I'm reading the recommendations in the board letter, to approve the residential contracts and the hybrid contract, and the resolutions with the rate reductions, which are, the rates in the residential contracts are built on that, so it'd really be hard to approve the contract and not the rate reduction. So that would be recommended items number 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8. Recommendation number 2 is the one on commercial contracts, so that would not be part of the motion. You're not recommending item 2. But on recommendation number 5, which is to adopt a resolution making the findings and the CEQA determination, we would need to revise that resolution. It's Resolution A in the packet, and we've drafted a revised version, and all it does is it cuts out the reference to the commercial contracts. So in the revised form, it simply makes the findings supporting the award of the residential contracts and the CEQA finding on that basis.
so do you want to read that into the record, or do you just want to state that you have that?
Let me ask, are you putting something in here about reducing the commercial or what the county's doing from the 2% to 1%?
recommendation.
Is that what you're doing?
No.
The recommendation.
No, the only.
You're free, all right?
it's
That
fine.
issue-
That's it,
that
okay.
issue's gone, all right, okay.
What do we have in read?
He's talking about the CEQA document.
Oh, CEQA, okay.
Yeah. Which was,
I could read it in, or I could distribute it and make it available.
What's that?
Well, he's modified it though, Brian. You got
you
it?
got it?
Okay.
Did you
guys are
give Brian a
connected.
copy?
Brian, you have it?
Well, let's just be clear what it is.
Yeah.
Let's have county council read it and.
Yeah,
Brian, see
I'll
if
read
you-
it. It's
That's going to be the motion.
sort of lengthy, but I'll read it. It's, so this would replace Exhibit A, or Resolution A, that's part of the packet. And the title is Resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Ventura approving residential solid waste collection agreements for the unincorporated areas of Ventura County and finding the approval exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Whereas the California Integrated Waste Management Act of 1989 has established a statewide solid waste management system and process which requires the County of Ventura, cities, and other local jurisdictions to implement plans for source reduction, diversion, reuse, and recycling as elements of an integrated solid waste management strategy. And whereas Public Resources Code Section 40059 provides that in administering the requirements of the Act, aspects of solid waste handling of local concern include, without limitation, frequency of collection, means of collection and transportation, level of services, charges and fees, the nature, location, and extent of providing solid waste services, and whether the services are to be provided by means of non-exclusive, partially exclusive, or wholly exclusive franchise, contract, license, or otherwise, which may be granted by local government under terms and conditions prescribed by the governing body of the local agency. And whereas Ventura County Ordinance Code Section 4750-1 provides that at the county's option, contracts or franchises for the collection of solid waste in the unincorporated areas of the county may be granted by the county
to solid waste collectors with or without competitive bidding on an exclusive, partially exclusive, or non-exclusive basis, and shall include such terms and conditions as approved by the Board of Supervisors. And whereas county staff has negotiated without use of competitive bidding the terms and conditions of the proposed exclusive residential collector agreements attached as exhibits to the accompanying February 11, 2014 board letter with the collectors for the provision of solid waste collection service in the unincorporated areas of the county, which include in part the following provisions. Bullet point, the areas proposed to be served under the agreements are similar to the areas currently being served by collectors, maintaining existing solid waste collection agreements with the county, and the scope of the proposed residential collection services in the agreements is similar as it is currently within the existing solid waste collection agreements.
Are you more than halfway done? I mean, I
About
understand
two-thirds.
now why you wanted to pass it out. Right.
I'm almost done. And the length of the agreement, and the length of the term of the proposed agreements is 10 years. And whereas, I'm about two-thirds done. Okay. Whereas, given that the agreements will provide for the continued collection of solid waste in the service areas in the same basic manner as it currently exists under the existing solid waste collection agreements, the county's approval of the proposed agreements is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act as the licensing of existing operations involving negligible or no expansion of use pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15301. Alternatively, the county's approval of the proposed agreements is exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15061B3 because it can be seen with certainty there is no possibility that approval of the agreements may have a significant effect on the environment. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the board, based on the foregoing findings, hereby declares and orders as follows. 1, the public health, safety, and well-being of the residents of unincorporated areas of the county require that the county enter into each of the agreements. 2, the Director of Public Works Agency or designee is authorized and directed to execute and administer all aspects of the agreements on behalf of the county. 3, the county's approval of the proposed agreements is exempt from CEQA for the reasons stated above. 4, and lastly, the Director of Public Works Agency or designee is authorized and directed to file a notice of exemption following approval of the proposed agreements in accordance with the provisions of CEQA and the state CEQA guidelines. So that would substitute for Resolution A.
Okay. So, in summary, it's procedurally, you're saying we should adopt staff's recommended actions for, and could you repeat the
1, 3, 4, 5 is revised, 6, 7, and 8.
Good. So all of staff's recommendations except item 2 and a revision of item 5.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. And then in addition to that, we have the language that we've already read to Brian, which is direct staff to examine whether non-exclusive commercial, blah, 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 agreements go forward.
Correct.
All right. And at the request of Supervisor Foy, we're going to lower the percentage rate from. All right.
From 2 to
okay.
1.
So that is the motion for the board. I think it accomplishes what I'm hearing all the board members up here want to have accomplished, but I think it does it with County Council's overview in terms of making sure we got the right. Yeah, right. County Council's overview to make sure that we have it legal. All righty. That's the motion. Anybody can make it? It's already been made?
It's been made.
Good. There we go. All right. We're ready to vote. Good. All righty. That motion passes. And now we have our 2 o'clock drought hearing that we're just a little bit late for, right? All right.
I'm going with Supervisor Bennett running this meeting later.
All right. Well, that was the longest minute around, but here we are for our last agenda item. We appreciate everybody's patience waiting to get to this. Some of these items take longer than we try to budget. So, Ms. Hughes from the CEO's office, and before we begin, Supervisor Long has something she'd like to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to start this out by celebrating what a great job we do in this county, and probably every one of you in this room, Sue Hughes, Lynn Rodriguez, everyone on the watershed coalition work and efforts, and the recent, again, Prop 84 success, where we went after some grant dollars and we were looking to get a percentage of because we were in the big pool with LA, and we ended up getting 100% of those that we applied for. And the projects that are on that list that will receive this funding, every one of those projects that over the last few years of, what are we up to now? $30 million, $40 million total?
We're up to $61.7 million.
$61.7 million that's come into this region because of our collaboration and watershed work. Every bit of that helps us in what we're going to be hearing about today. So just want to thank everyone in this room and congratulate the teams and the Watershed Coalition folks who've worked on these.
Even J Street in Oxnard got funded.
Yeah.
Thank
you.
you. I know.
End up saying that and Sue's head just keeps growing.
Well, good
Congratulations.
afternoon. Thank
Here
you.
we go.
Good afternoon, Chair Bennett, members of the board, Mr. Powers. For the record, Sue Hughes with the County CEO's office. And I thank you for those comments. We'll have a slide to show about that in a little bit. We're here today to talk to you about Drought 2014. So the way that we've, let's see if I can get this thing to work. Oops, went too far. So we thought what we would do is sort of organize this the way we organized the energy presentation that we did a couple of weeks ago. So we're going to do this by department, who each have a slide or two to talk to you about. And then we'll wrap it all up at the end and get any questions you might have or further board direction. So I'm going to turn it over at this point to Paul Grossgold from GSA.
Good afternoon, Chair Bennett, members of the board, Mr. Powers. Paul Grossgold from the General Services Agency. Before I dive into the slides, my message for the General Services Agency is that we have done a lot over the years in terms of water conservation, and we have more to do. There is opportunity to do more. So that's what these next few slides will demonstrate. I'm going to begin with irrigation in our grounds. As you all know, the Government Center campus is irrigated by well water. Even so, we've been very active in minimizing the amount of water needed to keep the campus looking as it does. We have used a variety of strategies and technologies to reduce water use. Some of those are on the slides, including drought-tolerant grass, landscape, regular sprinkler head maintenance, zoned irrigation systems, weather stations. All that's a way of saying we have a very surgical way of watering our landscape here so that we can minimize water use. In outlying facilities where we do use purchased water on the landscapes, these same strategies are being used at those locations. Moving into our facilities now, we have been very active over the years, and we have, for example, in HOA, we have replaced about 50% of the older higher flow rate fixtures with the low flow rate models that you see up there. And much less work has actually been done in HOJ, and that represents an opportunity for us going forward. We have a vacuum flush system at the Todd Road Jail that is not only water efficient, but also restricts inmates to 2 flushes per hour. And by the way, we also have that restriction at pre-trial, even though it's a more standard flushing system. Another strategy to hold down water consumption is to use recycled water in our vehicle wash facilities and in our decorative fountains. And one other one I wanted to point out is a large, predominantly unseen area of turf at the Todd Road Jail was removed and replaced with rock, so there is no irrigation in that area. This slide simply shows that the use of water here at the government center is cyclical, and we use more water in the summer because of the way our cooling system works. We have a very efficient cooling system. We've talked about that before when we've talked about energy and electricity, but we do use a little bit more water in the summer, and that's why the cyclical nature there. I just wanted to show you that. This is a look at the 10 top water users in the county, and we put estimate there for VCMC and for Santa Paula Hospital because we've only got about 6 months worth of the data, so we've annualized that. But it shows you the water use, and I would mention at Soul Park, which is the number 3 user up there. This does not include the golf course, so this is just the park, which does use purchased water. It has about 15 acres of turf, and it's in Ojai, so in the summer, hot, dry, requires watering, and also because this is 2013 data, so it goes back to last winter. Typically in the winter months when we have rain, we shut off the irrigation. We have not really had that opportunity. We have been irrigating all year. So I think Soul Park shows higher than it would in normal years for that reason. Future efforts, I think you saw probably coming in the display that we have in the atrium on water conservation. We're going to be putting these signs that I hold in my hand up in the restrooms. We've got signs going up in the elevators, and we've got information on the website. So there is an education aspect of this for our employees as well as visitors. We also are asking our vendors to conserve water, and we will continue to install bark, moisture barriers, drought-tolerant plantings. You probably saw at the Veterans Memorial, we've got the bedding areas carved out, and those plantings will go in there. And so we're moving forward in those areas, and again, continue to install low-flow fixtures throughout the county buildings. And the way we approach that, it's an evolutionary process. As we renovate restrooms, because it is a fairly great amount of work that goes into replacing some of these the fixtures. Some of the fixtures, the toilets have the chases in the walls. Those have to be taken out. The plumbing has to be replaced. It's a fairly extensive and expensive process. So we do all those things when we renovate restrooms, and that's why it's a year-over-year process. And again, in this building, we're about 50% there. If you just look at GSA properties over the years, I think it's a good news story, especially when you consider that we have added a number of facilities throughout these years. Sheriff's training facilities, the Lewis Road facilities, Satakoy Operations Yard, 2220 Gonzales, the fire headquarters, a number of fire stations have been replaced with larger facilities. Santa Rosa Park came online last year, which did not previously require water. Now it does. Tapo Canyon Park, turf was added there. Partridge Building, 1911 Williams Drive. So again, we have been adding footprint, but again, the slide, I think the little spike we had in 2013 can probably be attributed to the increased watering that we're doing at outlying facilities because it hasn't been raining during the months where it typically does. So those are my slides, and if there are no questions, I can pass on to our Fire Chief, Mark Lorenzen.
One question. You said over at the jail that the inmates can only flush twice?
Twice per hour.
How many inmates do we?
It saves a lot of water, as you might imagine, and it wasn't.
Okay.
It wasn't initially. It was not initially. This is, by the way, this is a.
Kathy was just telling me, is there only one toilet? Okay.
It might be 2 or 3. I'm not sure.
Several toilets. Okay, good. Thank you.
What a great segue that was. Chair Bennett, members of the board, Mr. Powers, for the record, Mark Lorenzen, County Fire Chief. I'd just like to go on record and say we are not looking at reducing the amount of water we put on fires. That is non-negotiable. But what I'd like to say is just to share with you what your county fire department is doing. Basically, we have been at least as aware of as everyone else as to the drought and the conditions it's placed on us here locally. But with the governor's declaration in January, the fire district immediately put into place a couple of options. We, like GSA, have been working on reducing our water use all along as good steward of the county resources. But I just wanted to touch very briefly on the actions that we're doing locally here. Our actions also deal with our landscape. You know, we operate 35 or so county facilities, and so we've reduced our water use as it relates to irrigation, reducing the number of days, the number of cycles, and the number of minutes. We irrigate now at night. We turn off our irrigation when we expect storms and then in the days following because it's not necessary. We've done a number of things. As I said, it's as if we operate just like at home, a number of homes here, and so we've done some things at our fire stations to also conserve use, shorter showers, making sure that when we run our appliances, and dishwashers, washing machines, that they're full. And obviously, good common sense. Also, we've done inspections of all of our water uses, including all of our irrigation and plumbing. One of the things, and the public is likely not going to notice this, but our firefighters might, we're reducing how often we wash our apparatus. We generally wash them every day. We're still cleaning them every day, but we use limited water. It's a good wipe down. I think from our perspective, we'll notice it. The public won't notice a difference. On a scale of 1 to 10, we're normally at a 10. We'll probably be an 8 or 9, but to the public, we'll still look like shiny fire trucks. We've eliminated our outdoor hosing down of all of our ramps and everything, and now we're back to good old manpower with just pushing a broom. And we regularly drill with water. It's part of how we maintain our competency. But now we've designed our training program so that we make sure that we only use water and fill our hoses when we absolutely need to. And when we're going to actually flow large volumes of water, we do it in conjunction with an area where we can recycle. We have a relationship with Simi Hills Golf Course. They let us go out there and actually draft out of their lake and then flow water right back into it. And then we also use the option of going down to the port, generally Port Hueneme, and suck right out of the sea and pump back into it. So that's a great opportunity for us to reuse and recycle. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to our next presenter, and that is Tully Clifford with the Watershed Protection District.
Chair Bennett, members of the board, Mr. Powers, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Tully Clifford with the Public Works Agency. I'm the director of the Watershed Protection District. The district was formed in 1944 and has numerous responsibilities relating to water. Though our primary responsibility relates to flood control facilities, we also have responsibilities for water conservation, ecosystem, watershed, beach, and shoreline protection and restoration, as well as water quality matters. More directly on the water side, we're concerned with reclamation, water acquisition and water rights, storage, and the import and export of water. Accordingly, we have a great deal of data that we use to manage our responsibilities. The data outlined on the slide have been compiled for numerous years and can be used to track trends for decision-making purposes. We prepare a groundwater report annually, but could prepare a more comprehensive report in a manner to support the board to better manage water as a critical resource in the county. A step in the direction of better managing water was the creation of the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency in 1982. The agency is responsible for managing approximately 70% of the groundwater resources in the county. The GMA board will be considering drought issues at their meeting scheduled for February 26th. They are looking at enacting an emergency resolution related to the drought and will be discussing short and long-term actions necessary to ensure the sustainability of the groundwater resources. The slide indicates potential actions they may take though I will expect there will be a tremendous amount of participation by the public and the stakeholders, given the fact that the stakeholders have a great deal of interest, knowledge, and experience in these issues, and I'm sure that will lead to different ideas and concepts being discussed. Up next will be Reddy Pacala.
Before you move on, Tully, could I ask you a couple of questions there? I was trying to, we don't have a copy of this, and so I was trying to grab it. In terms of groundwater, summarize the Watershed Protection District's role in groundwater, the understanding of the groundwater situation here in Ventura County, what role Watershed Protection District plays in it, et cetera.
Well, we have a variety of roles. One of the roles that we have is we staff and assist the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency in fulfilling their role. And accordingly, we collect a lot of the data then relating to water well levels, extractions, a lot of the supply from the purveyors. They're kind enough to provide us with that information. So we provide a lot of that information and data for them and manage it on their behalf. We also, from our perspective, take a look at what else we need to do from a watershed management perspective, who we need to work with, and how some of the projects get undertaken.
Does Watershed Protection District have control over the groundwater?
Not directly, no.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, great. I may ask you some questions later. Supervisor Zaragoza.
Tully, so we're doing all this conservation work with the Fox Canyon and so forth. How are we coordinating with Callegas and United? You know, because they're also, you know,
they're
are we working with them, or?
Absolutely, they're integral partners in that, and they bring a lot of what they are doing and their ideas and their concepts forward, so that the basin management then gets worked equally amongst all of the partners that are participating in that.
Because some cities, like for example Oxnard, use groundwater and United and Callegas, so we're also working because they pump from the Fox Canyon, right? Oxnard.
Correct.
So we're working with them to coordinate our efforts to help with the drought, to help with the water usage and so forth.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Ready?
Good afternoon. Again, Chair Bennett and members of the board, Mr. Powers, Reddy Pacala with Water and Sanitation Department of the Public Works Agency. As you could see, we play a different role. Your board is board of directors for the 4 water districts that our department manages. Those districts namely are Waterwork District number 1 for Moore Park. As you know, all of the city of Moore Park is within our District 1 and the areas to the north and west of the city. Bell Canyon is District 17, Somas, community of Somas and surrounding areas, all the way from Center School Road to Balcom Canyon Road along 118, that's District 19, that's Somas. And the other water district we manage, even though it's a CSD, we only provide water supply within the Lake Sherwood community. The source of supply for these districts, mainly for 1 and 19, come from metropolitan groundwater supply, and also we have reclaimed water system. District 17, Bell Canyon, we are dependent 100% on imported water sources. So do we on Lake Sherwood CSD. Since we depend quite a bit on metropolitan, most of our water conservation messaging and the investments that metropolitan makes, Callegas makes, really help us with the water supply reliability. Metropolitan has been investing quite a bit on the water conservation. They have rebates for the customers for several areas they could replace, like, for example, turf replacement, toilet replacement. They even have a new program where reclaimed water system could be retrofitted with financing from grant funding from Metropolitan. Actually, their board is considering that as we speak. And Metropolitan also has invested billions of dollars in storage facilities. I know one of the issues for us has been increased water rates in the past. And now Metropolitan tells us that all these water rate increases have gone to build the storage facilities, especially the East Side Reservoir in Hemet area. And because of the storage facilities they have built, we are in good position for this year, even though we do not have any rainfall within California and Southern California. And they tell us they will continue to monitor the situation. If we don't get enough rainfall this year, next year they're going to come up with a different plan. Could be mandatory water rationing if they need to do that. But for now, we have a carryover storage from these investments they made. Callegas locally, and you know there are the local purveyors for 21 local purveyors within Eastern Ventura County, mostly Eastern Ventura County. And they're investing $100 million in salinity management pipeline. We believe this particular project will help us to develop local water projects, which will help us with the local water supply and local investments. And Callegas also, we have had meetings at Callegas. They are working with all the purveyors to make sure that we have a consistent message from state, metropolitan, Callegas through the individual purveyors. And as for the water districts locally, we are promoting our water conservation efforts through normal rules and regulations we have, water conservation tips we have. I'll talk more about in the next slide. But we are also expanding our recycled water. Earlier, Supervisor Long talked about the grants we received. We received $2 million for one of our projects. We'll be expanding the recycled water system so that we can extend that system to Rusty Canyon Golf Course so that our park system can benefit from that recycled water expansion. We're also working on what we call a Moore Park brackish groundwater desalination project. Our goal is to produce as much as 5,000 acre-feet per year of local water. Fortunately, in the Las Posas Valley, we have this salty groundwater that's sitting underground. Nobody is using at this time. We need to make investments in this project. We are going through all the studies and pilot testing right now, and our plan is to complete this project. We are coordinating with Callegas by the time they bring their salinity management pipeline to Moore Park. Our intent is to complete this project. These local projects will help us to stabilize the annual water rate increases. For example, if we are successful in completing the Moore Park desalter project, our rate per acre foot would be less than what we are paying to Callegas Metropolitan today, dollars. And also, it will create local jobs. That's one of the board's goals, a local economy, and it will drought-proof in the future for our local water supplies. How are we dealing with the 20% voluntary water conservation that's under the declaration by the governor, and also Metropolitan Board also is asking all the purveyors. Callegas is working with us to come up with 20% voluntary water conservation. We are going to send a notice to all of our customers called Water Service Alert. In that notice, we are telling them we need their help to conserve. Even though we are good for this particular year, next year we may be needing more water supply, so we want them to conserve. And we have several rebate programs through Metropolitan and Callegas. We have websites where people can go and sign up and take care of the help to get help on the rebates for this water conservation measures. We have public education within our districts where we have handouts that we provide. We also have a water awareness poster contest that we go through the Moore Park School Districts to Callegas and to Metropolitan. Metropolitan publishes an annual calendar. What you see on this photograph is one of our students who was selected to be on the calendar for the Metropolitan calendar. And we also have the website. We have water conservation tips on our bills. Recently, we have updated our billing system, and we are providing graphs to our customers. They can clearly see how their usage is changing from month to month compared to last year. That helps our customers. We are doing everything we could do to help conservation efforts.
Ready over in Oxnard, in my bill, I get similar to what's shown before by Grosco, the usage per month that I use. You can see the ups and downs on the scale that they send. So if we use too much water, I want to find out why and maybe reduce the shower time or whatever. But we have that in our handouts over in Oxnard. So that's basically what you're doing here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sue Hughes.
Could I ask you a couple questions?
Yes, sir.
I know you mentioned there the 20% voluntary water conservation. Are we actually identifying that in the water districts that we're serving? Are we identifying that that's a goal for all
Yes.
of the customers?
Yes.
And so we're monitoring that, and
Yes.
okay. I'd like to hear from time to time how our customers are doing. I know some cities are starting to establish that as a goal. My second question is you had a slide up there about Metropolitan, and they've built up some groundwater storage. Yeah, that slide right there. Then you talked about, so Metropolitan has some carryover storage. Callega's investing $100 million in the salinity management pipeline. That's to bring the slurry out, the pipeline out. But didn't Callega's, haven't they also invested a lot of money, tens of millions, if not 100 million, into a groundwater storage plan?
Yes, they have invested what's called ASR project, Aquifer Storage Recovery Project.
Right. Okay, that's not up on your slide.
In Moore Park area. And they did invest in that project, and that project is not working as expected, but still they're trying to figure out how best to make use of that project.
So it's not up here because it's not yet something that we can
Well,
tap into.
it is functional. I haven't put that in there because they're still trying to figure out exactly how best to operate that project.
All right, great. Thank you. Next, yeah.
Ready. We have, like in El Rio, 8 water mutuals, private water mutuals. Are they have to abide by the 20%?
It is a voluntary conservation, and I would say yes, each purveyor, each mutual water company should communicate with the customers. Mm-hmm. And to me, it's all about communication, what type of message you are giving to the customers.
But it's not a legal mandate, it's voluntary, right?
It's voluntary, okay. Yeah, because, they use the Fox Canyon water too, don't they? Most of those water mutuals.
Yes, all of their wells are within the Fox Canyon, actually, maybe in the Forebay. Some of the wells are in the Forebay by Oxnard.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have the best slide. I have the money slide. And thank you, Supervisor Long, for mentioning this at the very beginning. This is, with the advent of integrated regional water management planning, which we were introduced to in 2002, so 12 years ago. Hard to believe that's been that long. We started out not really knowing what it meant and what it meant to us and the kind of funds that we could get. But, I can't say this enough. Your board has heard me say this before, that it takes every single person that is a stakeholder that touches water or anything in a watershed to make this work the way that this works. And, when we got that first $25 million grant, we were over the moon about that. But with the passage of Proposition 84 and that $17.5 million, and then recently, as Supervisor Long mentioned, we thought we were going to be funded at 75%, but the state came through and said, we're going to give you all 100% of the funding you asked for. That $61.7 million represents 25 projects across the geographic area of the County of Ventura. And those projects are such things as the salinity management pipeline, tertiary plant out at Piru, their recycled water projects. Those are what I call the water quantity kind of projects, but there are also a lot of water quality projects that we've had here too. The El Rio and Oxnard septic to sewer projects. We have the water treatment plant out at Fillmore was another one of those projects. So that $61.7 million, we started receiving that grant funding in 2007 was the first invoice that we put in. So that's sort of nothing to sneeze at. And when you add the local funding match, you've got projects that total $172.7 million just here in the County of Ventura. So in round 3 funding for Proposition 84, which is at this point, until there's another water bond passed, the last round of funding we have available for this should be available within the next, less than a year. They're actually telling us probably, or in about a year. In our funding area, which includes Los Angeles County, there is on the order of $100 million available for funding. So we always have a great application. We have a great team that works on the application. We have great projects here in the county. We want to continue that because this is what helps us do these projects, that helps us save water and use less imported water. One thing that the legislature is looking at, there's been a piece of legislation introduced that would try and get projects that are ready to go funded sooner rather than later if they're drought-related projects. So that legislation has been introduced. So I'm really following along with that to see what happens. They're trying to push it out in a matter of like 4 or 5 months, which I'm not sure how they would be able to do that. But we are vigilant about making sure that if we have any projects that are ready, that we follow this, track this, and see what might be available for any of our stakeholders. Because remember, this is not just County of Ventura projects. This is the City of Fillmore, Cayugas Municipal Water District, Casitas, the City of Simi Valley, the City of Oxnard. It's everybody in the county that is being funded through this. So we think we're doing a really bang-up job here, and I have to say, just personally, this is one of the proudest things I've worked on, and a great group of people to work on to be able to bring this kind of money in. So that's where we are, and we're open. We're all open for any questions or board direction.
Board members, I want to point out we have 2 speakers before. We probably should do that before we go further. Rain Perry, and I saw her just walk out, so I think we'll go to Bill O'Brien and then call Rain Perry up after Mr. O'Brien speaks. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Bill O'Brien. I'm a civil engineer and hydrologist, but I'm here really to represent the Ojai Valley Green Coalition. It's a small service group up in the Ojai Valley, but we just volunteer our time to work on a more sustainable Ojai Valley. And we just want to say a couple things. One, thanks for the county's efforts to do things like arundo removal, things that have a big impact on the water balance, and things that most service groups can't take on at all. You know, it's a level beyond us. I want to thank the county for people like Jim McDonald, who put together a little gray water demonstration mobile unit that people can look at and see, and it helps bring some of the water conservation how-tos down to a real level that most people can see and touch and understand. So some of these things that were mentioned about having websites and handouts, I hope the county sees the service clubs or service groups, local groups, as a partner in getting that information out. Generally, I've seen the high quality brochures and things that the county puts out, but sometimes they stay in a city office or somebody's office and they don't actually get into people's hands. And I think that's the point we would like to make, is that to look at the smaller local service clubs as avenues to get water conservation information out. So with that, thank you for your efforts.
Thanks for taking the time, Mr. O'Brien. Rain Perry.
Chairman Bennett, supervisors, Mr. Powers.
Before you start, you want to tell us about your Grammy experience?
It was fun.
Was it? Right.
Yeah.
Ms. Perry was.
It's on my website.
You were. See if we got it right. You were nominated.
I was not nominated, but I'm a member of the Academy. I was able to attend.
You were there to, right?
Yes.
Great. A great songwriter
asking.
here in Ventura County.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Here on a different topic today, I'm here representing Citizens for Responsible Oil and Gas. And I'd like to begin by saying that CFROG recognizes that until we're able to shift over to renewable resources, oil and gas are a part of our lives here in Ventura County, but we seek to ensure that its extraction and production is carried out in the safest and wisest way possible. There's no issue more relevant to this topic at this moment than water. CFROG calls on the board to protect our precious water resources, especially as we head toward likely mandatory rationing during this catastrophic drought. Ventura agriculture, business, and our 836,000 residents all rely on you and your staff to protect our way of life, and Ventura County is the lead agency when oil companies apply to drill, transport, and create drilling pads, and they must abide by the standard environmental review process that all residents and other businesses face. This is especially important as our water resources have decreased so significantly. Seafrog asks that you address fresh water that is being purchased for fracking operations in Ventura County and the wastewater that is being discarded when it could be recycled. It is estimated that about 650 wells will be hydraulically fractured statewide each year. We do not yet know how widespread fracking or other forms of well stimulation will be in Ventura County, but the 3 most recent hydraulic fracking procedures approved and disclosed under the new SB4 notification system are all located in the Ventura oil field. The Era Oil Company says it will purchase fresh water from Lake Casitas, up to 126,000 gallons for one well and over 500,000 gallons for the other 2. After it is used, the wastewater will be treated and reinjected into the oil field. Is that an appropriate use of fresh water? How many more frackings will follow, and will fresh water be used each time? Just last week, the Water Commission of Butte County called on its Board of Supervisors to require permits that would include environmental review before fracking takes place. Butte County Council Bruce Alpert advised the board that there is nothing to stop a county from setting its own permit process. If you were approving new homes, you would require a public hearing and environmental review, which would address the use of water during this drought. Why not for oil? We urge you to place consideration of a revised CUP process on your agenda very soon. In the meantime, we ask you to direct staff to get an estimate of how much fresh water the oil industry is using now and how much they will purchase, reuse, and recycle in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the end of our public testimony. Now we are ready for questions, comments, et cetera, from board members. Supervisor Long.
Mr. Chair, I know we have some of the GMs of the major water purveyors here. If they wanted to speak, they certainly could have put a card in. But I see Susan Mulligan here from Cayugas and that question you asked. Do you wish to address that, Susan? Give us an update on that.
Susan Mulligan, General Manager, Cayugas Municipal Water District. The fracking issue. I was at a meeting with...
No, not fracking.
Oh, good.
No, not fracking.
You jumped into that really quick.
Groundwater storage issue.
Okay, good. Yes, I would very much like to address the water storage issue, the state water project, which is where we get almost all of our imported supplies. I'd like to introduce Andy Waters, who's Director Waters, who's the representative for Moore Park and Camarillo on Cayugas' board, also an alternate on the Fox Canyon GMA. Alternate director. Right now, as you've probably read in the paper, the Department of Water Resources has called for a 0 allocation, so everybody who gets water from the State Water Project is getting no water. The water that we're getting in Southern California is coming out of storage right now. As Reddy so correctly pointed out, we've invested in storage. Your ratepayers have invested in storage, and there's still some storage right now in the State Water Project system, but not much. The reservoirs are historic lows. The storm last weekend didn't do much. So how'd we get here? It's been dry for over a year, but in winter of 2012-13, you might remember we had a wet November, December, and we were not able to capture any of the water from the pumps in the south end of the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta because there were delta smelt around the pumps at that time. So when all that water was flowing through the Sacramento Delta, 900,000 acre feet, which is 9 years worth of supply for imported water for our area, went out under the Golden Gate Bridge. So if we had had the tunnels that the governor is proposing, the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, we wouldn't be in nearly as dire a situation right now. That water would be sitting in San Luis Reservoir south of the Delta, and I don't know if any of you have been up and seen San Luis Reservoir, but it's looking pretty empty right now. And the water would be in there. So the drought is an opportunity to remember that the way we don't get into this situation is long-term planning. And all these local projects are an excellent way to help drought-proof. We still need some additional work up in the Sacramento Delta. We need to finish the state water project so we can capture more water when it's wet. And we appreciate your efforts on water conservation. Our board's called for voluntary conservation. As Reddy mentioned, the Metropolitan Board actually just today called for 20% voluntary conservation. They doubled their conservation budget from $20 million to $40 million. A lot of that will be for public outreach, so we have a regional message, and a lot of it will be for at least half will be for more rebates on turf removal, various irrigation efficiency measures, low-flow toilets, high-efficiency clothes washers, and the like. So we encourage all of your efforts, appreciate all of your efforts, and want to think short-term but also long-term. Thank you.
Can I ask it? I know Supervisor Long asked you about the groundwater storage, and you talked about the state water and how I know the state water was trying to, the state water project's trying to store, but specifically about the Callegas was, I mean, even if they would have delivered it, we needed a place to store it here. Where are we with this storage that Callegas was? The groundwater storage project, how much money have we spent on that? Where are we? Is that when is that going to be available?
The groundwater storage project is for emergencies, not droughts, and it's suitable for emergencies. So we can pump water out of that well field for a few months, so that if we have an unintended, an earthquake, and we needed to get water out right away, we could pump the water out of that well field. It is not now and never will be suitable for long-term pumping. If we were to pump those wells for a long period of time, we would adversely affect the farmers in the Las Posas Valley, as well as county waterworks. So it won't be for droughts.
So we didn't store. I mean, I thought we were going to be storing lots of water in there.
We did, and we pumped some of it in the last drought to ill effect on the farmers out there. And we bought Metropolitan Water District out of the contract because it wasn't suitable for droughts. Once it got pumping, we realized it wasn't suitable for droughts. And Metropolitan had put money in for the purpose of pumping during droughts.
So it was originally designed to be a drought protection, and we found out it's not drought protection.
It is not drought protection. It is very important to us for emergency
but
supply.
it's not a drought protection.
It's not a drought protection.
How much money did we end up spending on that?
We've spent, by the time we're done, and we're not done because we need a way to move that water to Thousand Oaks and Simi. By the time we're done, we will have spent $150 million. But to compare that to other emergency projects, San Diego recently raised a dam in their service area to provide sort of this short-term emergency storage. Theirs was about 4 times as expensive per acre foot as our groundwater storage project. So regardless of the money spent, we need that water. I don't know if you're familiar with Lake Bard at Callegas' headquarters. It was suitable for our emergency needs in 1960 when it was built, but by 1990 it wasn't anymore.
So how much for emergency storage, how much is there in this field, this groundwater field?
We have the right to pump out about 6 months' worth of supply.
And we can do that without affecting the farmers?
It may well affect some farmers, and that's a real challenge.
So if there's an emergency, then it would affect
if there's
the
an
farmers.
emergency, that's what we would have to do. We would prefer not to.
So how much water did we put in there? How much has been stored in there?
I'd have to look at the numbers. I'm going to give a presentation to the GMA later this month, and I can provide you the specific numbers, rather than guessing now.
Thanks. Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to share that we have Callie Pistone from AWA here, and I'm not sure if Callie would like to represent AWA. I know she's here, but I'm not sure if you want to share anything, because we have quite a few members in AWA, and I'm not sure you'd like to share anything,
All right, force me. Chairman Bennett and supervisors, and apparently he's gone. So, yes, the Association of Water Agencies is over 38 years old. It's a nonprofit organization. Its intent is to disseminate credible information and education regarding water issues in our county. Supervisor Zaragoza sits on the AWA Board of Directors representing the supervisors, and the drought is our #1 priority. All of our programs and projects are geared toward the drought this year. We also partner very closely with the Ventura County Sheriff's Office of Emergency Services for disaster response and emergencies. So we are partnering with them on any potential planning regarding the drought. We have other members of AWA here present. We have the general manager of Casitas Municipal Water District, Steve Wickstrom, is here. Also, the general manager of United Water District, Mike Solomon, is here. And we have John Christ from the Ventura County Farm Bureau. So, we're here to make a statement today that this is very, very important, and we appreciate
you're addressing it.
And we have quite a few representatives from the cities also and special districts there at the AWA too.
Yes.
You know,
And anything that we could do to help, as people have said today, it's very essential that we get information out to the general public regarding the drought. I know that all of us that deal with it on a day-to-day basis, we understand what's going on. And since the governor declared this drought for the state, there's been a fair amount of media attention. However, you'd be very surprised that people that, are not immersed in this issue from day to day really don't understand. I've had people tell me that since it rained last week, we're out of the woods. So we do
what
need
was
to
it,
work.
0.10 of an inch?
Some people believe that, that's all that it takes, and that's a sign that we're going to have, more rain, and that one rainy season will take us out of this, which we know isn't the case.
One of the things I'd like to share that our current chairman is Brian McDonald, right? Is he already the chair?
He's incoming,
incoming
as of March.
City council member, and there was a field trip over to the great program over in South Oxnard to kind of look at what we're doing there in the city as far as recycling water and reuse, and then recycle, less trash, but we'll combine it with water. But anyway, I just want to thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Well, I appreciate comments. A few things I just would like to say, that it seems that the county, there are two roles to play, and this is really I think sort of a preliminary conversation about drought. Where are we, to give us an opportunity to have this conversation about where we go? And it seems that there are two roles. One is our role in our own county government's water use. So we heard things about, so questions in my mind come up about the grass. There's no question, if we get into the severe drought, and by the way, if you look at the weather prediction stuff, it just looks terrible. I mean, the long-term projections are, we're not going to get it this season, and we're going to be going through all of, it'll be another year before we get back to a rainy season. So as things get really severe, the issues about what are we specifically going to do to cut. So although I appreciate that we've identified a number of long-range things, the question is, are there any short-term things that we're going to do differently if we get into a really severe drought? And I'd like to, that seems to be one of the appropriate things for us a question to ask. The other thing is, what role do we have as county government to both motivate the citizens of Ventura County and the organizations in Ventura County to conserve and to help them do that? So it seems to be there's some roles that we can play because of the expertise that we have, et cetera. So those are two fairly specific things to county government and our role that I would hope we would corral and think about as part of a plan that we talk about rolling out as we go forward. The other two issues that were tangentially related to, I think, much more so, and that's fracking and the use of fracking water. There was an issue brought up about, can we do that? We've had so many conversations with the county council. It's really clear that for new wells being put in that want to frack, we can ask the questions about water use and be very legitimate, particularly during the drought, to question the use of fresh water, fresh groundwater for that. But that in many of the oil fields where there is an existing, particularly the legacy CUPs that are out there, a permit is done by Dogger. There isn't anything that we can do to stop that water use unless the particular water purveyor has a policy that says you can't use water for that kind of industrial use once Lake Casitas drops to a certain level, et cetera. I know I've tried to check that out about the one well that is already identified that they're going to do that, but Lake Casitas has not dropped to the point where they say that has been triggered. That's a frustration, I think, but that is where things are at this point in time. That will rapidly change as the lake drops quickly here this year, because there's an interesting thing, as with the droughts on, water consumption goes up, and while the water supply, so it gets hit harder as we go forward. The other thing is Fox Canyon that the county government has a role in, and Supervisor Zaragoza has been on that board, and I sit on that board at this point in time. We've talked about it for years, but we are still exceeding safe yield with Fox Canyon. There hasn't been as much willingness as we should have to get us to make the hard decisions to get us down to the point where we are at safe yield. We need more sophisticated data. We need to spend real dollars to get more sophisticated data to accurately determine what is the reliable safe yield, and to determine how does the safe yield change as the water, as precipitation changes, and what can we do there. But that, more hard work has to be done there, and we also have to spend the money and make the hard decisions to make sure that the data we have is accurate and reliable for both the extractions coming out of the ground and the well levels, et cetera, and how those well levels are all interrelated. So those are all things that I think we have to push for from county government's perspective at Fox Canyon. And those 4 areas are the 4 areas that I hope we can keep our eye on, and I sort of want to give to the CEO as they're sort of trying to corral what will ultimately have to be probably a stronger, more vigorous drought policy as this drought continues to hit. Supervisor Foy, were you trying to jump in here? No. Oh, Supervisor Long. Right. Supervisor Long.
Oh, okay. Thank you. One, thank you all for attending. This is the initial discussion, and I think that it has raised more questions and concerns. I think we have, as we started out with this internal discussion of what are we, the county, doing with our facilities, I appreciate the graphs. I appreciate we're able to track this now and that we have taken steps. I would say to our CEO and to our managers, if the board were to say commit to a 20% voluntary reduction, can we get there? How would we get there? I know we're always looking at continuous improvement, so in my mind, there's no question that we have to continue that improvement and to look for more ways. And I love our shiny red fire trucks, but maybe even once a week is sufficient. Maybe shining them with a cloth rather than water. And it may sound like simple things, but again, sometimes it's perception more than reality of what are we doing internally to conserve water and to get the message out to the public that they have to be engaged in this with us. And I really appreciate the work of AWA. You do put on wonderful forums and monthly programs. I feel we're talking to the choir often, but I appreciate you saying that the information via the purveyors has to get out to the public, and having that common message is what we really need. We all need to be talking the same common message, that the little rain we had last week did not even qualify as a storm. And the news just drive me crazy. And it's like storm watch with one drop of rain hitting. So what could we do more in the way of common messaging? Coming out of the 1991 drought, looking at prior actions of the board and some of the things that took place in the counties, that was one of the areas that was loud and clear, that we should all be looking at that. What is the common message? What's the best way to get it out there? Should we be using, now we have, of course, all the social media resources that weren't here in 91. What more could we do with that? Mike Solomon is a short timer, so he's out there raising his voice, and there was an excellent presentation to the watershed group from United Water on the groundwater conditions and the 4-bay storage issues and the seawater intrusion creeping, and it should be alarming to all of us. It shouldn't just be another forum discussion. It should be alarming to all of us. So what can the major purveyors collectively get together and have some honest discussions about how, where are we, because when the first time there's someone turns the water on and it's not there, our boardrooms will be full of people. They will be full of people, angry people saying, didn't you know, what did you do, those things. So I see your next program on April 24th is Overtapped Oasis. So let's get a room full of of the leadership, but of the public. Let's invite the neighborhood councils. We've got to help to raise the message. And I would also ask the board's consideration, or maybe further discussion on this at another time. I'm asked to meet with Chris Stevens and looking at the 1991 drought and actions taken. And it's been 1994 since we have updated our own groundwater management plan. And so I asked to meet with him and say, well, what will it take to do that, and what's the value of doing that? And of course, it's tied to our general plan, which also needs to be updated. So, perhaps there's that parallel path that can take place. But it was, I think Tully said, if you can't measure it, you can't tell if you're ahead or behind. And I think we need to get the information on what will it cost to do that, what time, obviously it's not something you do in 30 days. What would be a timeline, and what's the value of doing it? Because I don't think California, we get through this, whatever this drought is. A few more years, we may be back in another drought. We need to have an updated plan. 1994 is too long to go, and not really know what current conditions we have and what we should be looking at. So that would be one of my asks from this. And again, the other piece is to we've done since 91. I want to applaud everyone for the good work of the Watershed Coalition and the Watersheds work, because I think it's brought a better understanding. We don't have the turf wars. We have really folks agreeing to talk together to continue that and to applaud that and support it and look to where again we can work on common messaging. So that's kind of my comments for now. And
board members, anything else?
I think the supervisor made some excellent comments, but we also, as you mentioned, we need to work. I think Reddy mentioned it and has the wherewithal to assist our residential customers. And I think he has brochures and other items that can be used by residential. But my understanding is, Reddy, that residential is probably 20% maybe of all the water usage. I can't remember what the number is. And we also need to work with the industrial and the commercial, and especially with our ag folks, because we need to protect that ag water, because it's so important, because that's a $2 billion economy here in Ventura County, and we need to protect that. So, but I agree that we need to educate the public, and I think AWA is doing a good job. Callegas is doing a good job, and United, when I went out there to see that Pyro Dam, it was full, and I'm just wondering how it is now. It was just 20% full, my goodness. That is really, really low. But I just want to commend all our staff and all our agencies for the excellent work that they're doing in conserving water. Thank you. And Sue, you did a good job, Sue.
Just a quick thing I want to point out, because there's just the public comments oftentimes about it, but the issue of the grass that we have here, and I appreciate Mr. Grosskold talking about what we're doing in terms of the grass and watering it, et cetera. But the state has passed new legislation really trying to discourage lawns in new housing tracts and all of that. It will become a growing issue, and I know this board voted 3-2 against doing a demonstration project with part of that lawn, but that was many years ago, and it may be time for us to reconsider that issue. Particularly as this drought goes on, you can bet more and more people drive by and be frustrated that they're being told to not water their grass while we are using these wells that we're able to use here. So I want to get that on the radar screen. So Mr. Powers, you want to give us any of your thoughts after hearing all of this?
Yes, thank you, Chair Bennett. Just appreciate all the staff's good work, and Sue and Lynn. I do want to say I see Henry out here and John Chris too, that I know they're working closely with the agricultural community to identify resources available to them during the drought, which is essential, and that ties into the communication aspect of what you're talking about. And it sounds like we don't need to reinvent the wheel. There's a lot of materials out there, but the county has a PIO group, Public Information Officer group, that can perhaps gather together and help look for ways of getting the word out in multiple media avenues. So that's something that we'll do and work with your board and the community to work on our plans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there's nothing else, then we're going to go into closed session. And Leroy, we're going to adjourn from closed session with no announcement?
No announcements.
Okay, great. This,
Thank you.
oh, a motion to receive and file. All right. It's been moved and seconded.